Alright, hello once again. You guys know who it is, you know what we do here. We're getting ready for a Team Wars 2 cast. Coming in two in a day, because today's a good day to get these casts done, so I don't have as much to worry about over the coming weekend. So I'm alone for this one at the moment. I might be joined later by some other casters. We'll have to wait and see. Before I get started though, I do want to just say, Fate's Flash Archon tournament, I think the signups technically ended at 6:30, so like right as we're getting started, but you might be able to sneak in, I'm not sure. So if anyone is interested in doing some Flash Archon, now's the time to inquire about it in the Fate's Mithron server on Discord. So good luck to everyone participating in the tournament. I figured these casts would make good background noise for those that are partaking in the meantime. But anyway, we have 3 sets to cover, so I'm going to get started on covering one of these sets here. We're going to be going with the Dancing Blades and Shanghai Square Pants. So we're on week 6. Both of these teams, I think, are taking a look here. Dancing Blades is the one lagging behind the pack. They're going to be looking to score a win here. Likewise, Shanghai Square Pants is also in the lower 2-3 bracket. So this is actually a rough matchup. It has to happen eventually, but these two teams are both definitely going to be vying for the victory to stay within top 4 contention of the tournament. For the teams on the Dancing Blade side, we have Captain Duelyst, Calvin Solar Pie, Guy Man, The Dude, Death Remar, and Fafairs. On the other side, Shanghai Square, right? We have Captain Duelyst, Top Deck Timmy, Cody, Rockin', Sinbred, and Mad Mac. So looking forward to an intense set here. I will just need a moment to load in the first decks, because we're doing the whole solo thing, but it shouldn't take too long. I have all the preparatory work done that needs to be done for the most part, except for deck scaling, because I always do that live since the lists come in various sizes and shapes. Alright, we're getting started with a Lionar and Abyssian lead, 2 very common leads that we see here. Dancing Blaze bringing in Helionar Arcalite. This is your go-to powerful healing Lionar deck, deciding to lead with it instead of bringing it in against something, normally Shanghai or some other nuisance that's taken out your other leads. They have a 1 of a Decimate, which is a pretty interesting inclusion. Triple Light Bender will come in handy in this particular matchup though, so maybe they made a hard read against Shanghai Square Pants choice. Which is Creep Abyssian. Creep Abyssian side of things, we're actually making use of Abyssal Juggernaut. I was so stoked when I saw that thing in the first week of the new patch, and it didn't do anything just because it was put so far out of the battle. It just hung out on the top row. So I'm excited to see one do something relevant maybe in this match. The rest of the list seems to be about standard fare. Both teams rocking some Dancing Blades. A couple of artifacts on the Abyss side, but yeah, they're very all in on the creep. With Revenants as the rest of their top end. So this should be quite a match. I think both of these decks probably, if the Lionar doesn't get carried away in the early game, Abyssian can definitely take it away in the later game. Yeah, you might hear some background music for a little bit. It takes a minute before I realize that my radio is playing. And then I had to turn that off. So, that shouldn't be a big deal. There's actually a lot of problems in the recording this week. I don't know what was going on with the browser client, but I believe in this series of games we're going to see some desyncing and some disappearing hands because the browser client for player T's side was just absolutely uncooperative. But anyway, Healing Mystic opener coming out of Sinbred. Sinbred on the Songhai side, I believe Guyman the dude can do a nice, rather oppressive double 2 opener here. To follow up Sinbred's opening. So Sinbred with the creep, you could maybe follow up with a slow Juggernaut development. You might want to do that no matter what Guyman does. But they do have answers in hand. With Lure and Shroud, you could deal with a powered up Windblade if that's what we see. You might not want to leave a 5 attack 2 mana minion on the field. It would be quite frightening, I imagine. We'll have to see. Well, we move forward. I don't see us not doing double 2, so it just comes down to where do you want to put your Primus Fist. Probably above the general if you want to be defensive with it. Could go center tile too. Oh. Okay, respecting Grasp of Agony, so Primus Fist ability being negated, or just not considered. To avoid the Grasp of Agony, I respect it. It's always interesting to see Juggies being played. I agree, dual track. Also, how you doing? So no Grasp of Agony in this Abyssian deck, but the Dancing Blades don't know that, so they're going to be hard-pressed to... well, they're going to have to figure that out, and then they won't have to fear it anymore. But for the time being, the fear of the card is giving some advantage to Sinbred. They have a little bit more breathing room. Sinbred could still ramp into Juggernaut. They could... It doesn't really feel good to do like Shroud Lure, I suppose. But that's also an option on the table. You could even just Lure, I suppose. Yeah, we're really backlining Abyssal Juggernaut here. Guy probably doesn't mind seeing that at all. You get a favorable trade with the Windblade Adept down south. You can get your Windblade Adept center too. Yeah. Now, is the new variation of Juggernaut worth using Martyr on? You could just play the Windblade, right? And hope your opponent trades. Now we're going full tempo. Some Martyr coming down. That's what I was talking about. The browser was acting up when recording these because it looked like they played Windblade first, then Martyred. But the replay shows they Martyred and then Windbladed. Anyway, there'll be a lot of inconsistencies later. Not looking good for Sinbred at the moment. This is the hump that you have to get over as Abyssian. Now, Sinbred has options available to them. Unfortunately, they can't reach the mana tile with how defensive they played. I might have considered doing the opposite on the previous turn of what they did. So still ramp out Juggernaut, but move your general 2 up instead of the Juggernaut being within tile range. Basically swap the Juggernaut and general positions, and then you can play with that 5th mana, which would come in handy here. Without the 5th mana, Yeah, I think we're thinking Demonic Lore Healing Mystic is the play to make. Even backing up another tile, so we're already putting ourselves against the wall. Excuse me. And Guy has more pressure they can bring forth. Silverguard likely what we will see because you want to hold your Sunrisers for their precious combos. You don't want to donate them to a Night Sorrow Assassin early, right? So, not an Ironcliff Guardian, which is not in this deck, but Silverguard Knight. It's like the next best thing to an Ironcliff Guardian, I imagine. If you're gonna just drop one minion, you may as well make it a Silverguard Knight. So we still have some work to do. Sinbred can't really Dancing Blade due to the provoke. That means we're looking at Night Sorrow. If you're willing to take some damage and sacrifice your Healing Mystic, you can Night Sorrow, clear the Windblade Adept, develop Araki first before you do any of that, so you can get Araki buffed with Night Sorrow. It's not too terrible. You will probably be susceptible to a Holy Ammo 2-drop turn. Oh. So I was imagining you take one extra damage, because you're sacking the Mystic either way, right? If you took one extra damage, you could have played it so that you know what? I don't know if you could have avoided this situation. In my head, I thought Night Sorrow could have been away from Araki so that the Holy Immo wasn't absolutely devastating. But that might not have been a possibility. Guy can get a rather good... Okay, I'm gonna say rather okay. Sunriser proc. I don't think you want to play your Martyrdom on a Night Sorrow or Araki if you don't have to, right? But you don't want to use your Sundrop Elixir right now. You don't need to. Even if you take 3, you don't want to use it. Oh, looks like we're actually using it. There was no replace done. I was wondering if you replace your Martyr there first. Yeah, imagine if you replaced into one of those 2 Healing Mystics that were just drawn off the top of the deck. That would have made your turn infinitely better. Alright, Sinbred has to take a little bit more damage. They are down. Cashing in on Void Pulse now. They're not that far behind. So this is a good situation. That last turn from Guy Man the Dude is just what Sinbred was looking for to sort of stabilize. Now, Guy can martyr this Dancing Blade and develop a couple of Healing Mystics if they really want to. They can also do Mystic Holy Immo to apply pressure. I think that's what we're seeing. I'm surprised we didn't replace the other Healing Mystic first, just to check our other options. Because I think if you had drawn the Regalia, which I was just thinking of, it might have been worth to Martyrdom and then Regalia. You can always save your Holy Immo for dealing with Revenants. We're in the 7 mana turn. Unfortunately, no 7 drops on the Sinbred's side. Sinbred has plenty of healing though. Alright, I like this. You get Blood Tear out. You could have used Spectral Blade instead of Blood Tear, but the extra body is usually more useful than the weapon. Especially if you only have like a couple of standalone weapons and that's not your main strategy. Guy, there's minions developing, what do we do? If he really wants to, he can clear the entire board again. But it doesn't feel worth to Martyrdom the Emerald Rejuvenator. And then use your Arclight hit on the Blood Tear. You could also, since you're at 8, just like ignore the board and go face with the Arclight. And maybe develop Rejuvenator too on the top left. Maximum pressure. That's really bad against I don't think you do that. That's really bad against Nova. With the cards that Sinbred has been playing, I think Guyman's definitely aware, suspecting Nova is a possibility. Especially with all the healing that's come out of this Abyssian list. I like this turn. You get the full clear. You get 2 more threats. So Sinbred once again has to play catch up. Now they can lure the one thing away and assassin the other. You could also assassin and then heal. You could also equip your weapon and then heal. You need to be careful when you're healing though because of that Sunriser. Is there a world where you use lure and your artifact to kill Sunriser? Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. It's either lure and artifact or lure and assassin. If you do artifact, you get a rejuve out of the deal. If you do assassin, you get a full board clear. Yeah. Duelyst at its finest. You play a couple of minions, they answer a couple of minions and play something at the same time, and then you answer something and then play something else. The board must be empty every single turn or you're going to die. Maybe not die, but fall so far behind. Yeah, this game really is not like Magic the Gathering. You can't watch your opponent develop their engine and then still be able to win with your better idea or plays. Gotta answer everything. I'm gonna start snacking on a yogurt here and there. While we wait for Guyman to figure out where to put the Silver Guard, and then punching the Night Sorrow, which is probably what happens with Arclight, right? I don't see why you would play any other combo of cards here. Lightbender is going to be nice if they hold on to it later when the Novas happen, but the Novas haven't happened yet. For an all-in creep deck, we haven't seen any of the crawlers. And the one Juggernaut that was played was answered. We've developed 0 Shadow Creep tiles with our Shadow Creep deck. That really sucks. I think you do a Dancing Blade here. Yeah, Dancing Blade Juggernaut's not awful, right? You can heal if you're feeling scared. Good ordering too by Sinbred. We've seen a couple people missing their heals last week with the Spectral Blade. Nice to see we're not doing that at the moment. We do choose to heal 4. I think I would have developed a Juggernaut there instead. Still, still wonder. That is true. That is true. What's up there? So, unfortunately, Guy has like not drawn their heavy endgame by this point. We kind of saw this earlier. You know, they're stuck with early game. This is an awkward turn now. Kind of have to leave your opponent's artifact equipped. And you only have a couple of Primus Fists and a Dispel in hand. I guess you're going to Martyrdom the Dancing Blade just to eliminate the HP, but then Sinbred's going to be healed way out of range of killing. Oh, I think Sinbred can get carried away now. They have a Revenant in hand too, so they survived the storm, so to speak. Double Primus for intimidation. Man, this is so good for Sinbred. It's obviously a Spectral Revenant turn, right? No, Juggernaut! Don't get the boot! You don't need healing? Why is Rejuvenator not being replaced? Ah! Poor Juggernaut. Gets downgraded into a crawler. I think they played one Rejuve and they played one Juggernaut, so there were two left in the deck for each. I don't think there was a value replaced there. They were equal. Why even put Juggy into the deck then? Right? That's what I'm saying. Alright, choosing to play around the Holy Immolation. I wonder if there wasn't a different way to do that. Only because the Revenant not being next to Guyman means it's kind of irrelevant where it's at. Guy replaces into their one of Decimate. Do we see it go down? If they reveal it now and they happen to take this match with them, it's going to be a huge reveal. We do see it. Just to kill one Revenant. Honestly, not bad value. 4 mana kill spell for a 7 mana card. Holy crap, there's Shadow Creep on the ground. I was wondering if Guy was gonna dispel that. just to keep it clean. I guess they're waiting for Shadow Nova though, and then they can nail 4 tiles. These draws continue to be kind of awkward for Guyman indeed though. It's like they don't have any more pressure left in the deck. The floor is ruined. Who put these purple things here? Alright, well, Sinbred can deny mana tile. Hit face. It's a really backlined Iraqi. I think we've seen a lot of Iraqi headhunters in the Team Wars matches that they're sent so far back, and they're either A, in Vanar, where the Hearth Sisters never drawn to make them relevant in time. We've seen that like 5 times over, where they just die before they get their big hit. Or B, they're in a faction with no mobility options, and then they're just never relevant for the whole game. I don't know if I would bother putting the Iraqi 10 miles away. I know you don't want to get blown out by Holy Immo, I get it, but I don't know. I don't know. Thanks to the general hit, I think I would have baited the Holy Immo here. If he plays 2-drop Immo, he's probably gonna die to your General Punch Shadow Nova Void Pulse on the next turn. If you were hoping to get Void Pulse and Shadow Nova. I don't see how Guyman comes back from this. They're at a critically low health juncture. That was a pretty good turn for them. To be fair. Sin can break the artifact if they want to. You just do Void Pulse first and then Nova and hit. You have 24 HP at the moment. I would probably just break the artifact. Threaten lethal. What else are you gonna do? Hit the Mystic and kill it with Night Sorrow? And then not play Shadow Nova? You could also Shadow Nova the Mystic, I guess, if you really want to send a message. Yo, Guy has been waiting for this moment. They have held on to the Lightbender the whole time, because they knew they were going to need it. Sinbred just misplayed pretty hard there. You maximize your healing, but you don't break the artifact. Because you hit first instead of second. Guy is at 1 HP, so that probably doesn't matter in the long run at this point, unless they get like double Sun Drop. Which we can see they do not have. Yeah, you can't hide in the corner, can you? I mean, you could play both Light Benders to protect you, or Dancing Blade can kill your Light Bender if you bend first. You could bend on the top tile to get the top left and then Dancing Blade without killing anything. I'm almost done with my yogurt here. Very tasty peach. Yeah, actually, since Guyman the dude is at 1 HP. No, they would have been at 1 HP regardless, right? Because it prevented 2 of the damage. No, I had it backwards. You couldn't break the artifact last turn. For some reason, I thought Void Pulse was doing 3. I'm wrong. So the ordering was correct on Sinbred. I take it back. Well, good job, Sinbred. Excellent replace. Yeah, the ordering didn't matter. I don't know why I thought the Void Pulse would break a charge first. That's just not the case. Anyway, Songhai Squarepants going up a 1-0. Line art going down for the Dancing Blades. Coming in next, they are sending in interesting deck choice. You don't usually see this come in against Abyssian right away, but it's going to be Vitruvian as their follow-up. So we have Syzygy, Obelisks, MM for Mirage Master, I imagine. There are Obelisks, there are Syzygys, and there are Mirage Masters. I have a couple of Saber Spine cats too. Very low curve. So it's not quite Zoo because you're doing all the 3 mana Obelisk package and Portal Guardian. You're very reliant on Syzygy to close games out, and on your Obelisk sticking. If I see an Obelisk list like this, I do tend to like it myself. I think Obelisks are okay. Yeah, they can get blown out, but I think I would prefer to see Time Maelstroms tagged in. Mirage Masters are going to be hard-pressed to find a good target in this matchup other than Spectral Revenant. Maybe you can copy a Juggernaut for some shenanigans. That guy, man, the dude, rockin' Vitruvian this time. On the left, probably you replace one Windstorm, right? Sinbred also only did one replace. I didn't see what their 2-drop was. Did they have a Shroud in the first slot? And they were just gonna roll with the Shroud? Oh, no, it's a Blood Tier. Okay. Obelisk in corner pocket for Guy Man the Dude. I like my Obelisk on the diagonals too. I think the spawns had the potential to be stronger. I also just like the positioning. You can work around with it a little nicer than if it's in the center. Blood Tier Alchemist getting a ping off on the Obelisk. Creepy Crawly getting placed forward. It's going to be donated to a Dervish more than likely. Nope, maybe placed back. Maybe up top. We're unsure where to set our crawler. There we go. Putting it forward. Got about a 50-50 shot of it not getting hit by the Dervish, and we have won the Gamba. Feels good, man. If you Guy Man the Dude, you've lost the Gamba. Feels bad, man. Windstorm doesn't quite bring it into any relevancy. You can get to 5 mana, and neither of these things are hyper desirable to Tiger. You could Tiger First Wish just to deny the top mana ramp for the Abyssian player, or you can develop the Obelisk. It's a pretty... I mean, a development turn for Obelisk Vet, it's kind of what you want to do. You're just going to let Abyssian get away with some potential ramping. And it looks like we're going to try to deny the ramping to an extent. That was the other problem. If you do Obelisk, you don't want it forwards, though. You're leaving 2 tiles open for your opponent. Even though they would have gained 2 mana tiles, I don't know if this Tiger is worth. I feel like I'd rather have my second Obelisk going. But this is going to set the pace for the game. Thinbred can do a really easy Dancing Blade, although the blade will be slightly out of position for future turns. Could set up Juggy, but poor Juggy normally gets replaced. So we'll have to see if he hits the boot here, because you want to hold on to your Demonic Lure, right? And you might want to check out other options. I don't know what other option you would want on this turn, though. Another Blood Tier Alchemist? doesn't go with Juggernaut. I feel like you just Dancing Blade this Tiger. You could eat 4 and play Juggernaut. You could even just use your Blood Tier into the Tiger and then deny the tile with Juggernaut, or put Juggernaut on the corner of you and leave the tile open for Vitruvian, which is kind of scary. If they have Scarab or other 5-mana cards, this Vitruvian list does not have a great usage for 5-mana play, though. They have so many 3-mana cards instead. Okay, we are doing Tile Denial Juggernaut and just moving up. Sinbred wins the Gamba 2 times in a row. Guy Mana Dude losing 2 times in a row. They should maybe reconsider their Obelisk strats. Needs better RNG manipulation. Windstorm does bring it into range of Juggernaut, but do you give Abyssian... You can dispel it, so you're probably just gonna dispel it, right? Imagine placing Obelisk not middle. I like my first Obelisk not middle, but in my head I set up a second Obelisk on the next turn if I have it in hand, more than likely. So I get more coverage than what Guy Man had. I think if you're planning on setting up one, then yeah, there's good merit to putting it in the center first. If you think you're gonna do something else on the next turn. So at least we've seen a couple of Juggernauts today, thanks to Sinbred playing them. So far, Juggernaut has created a grand total of 0 creep tiles. He tries his best. I want Juggernaut to be a decent card. And I think conceptually he is a decent card. It's just the removal of Duelyst is so powerful. A demonic lure play. Curious. I guess developing Rejuvenator didn't feel good, and neither did developing Dancing Blade. I feel like Dancing Blade alone might have been better though. This just feels like a waste of resources a bit. I mean, I guess you can kill this Obelisk on the next turn, guaranteed. But you might get surrounded. Because he stayed against the wall just to avoid the bottom left Obelisk as well. Guy can push some damage here if they want to. I see Syzygy being highlighted. I don't know if it's worth playing Syzygy just to like... You could preserve HP on the Windstorm, give the back Dervish Blast, and 2 attack on the front one. You can even play Primus Fist first, just give the Primus attack instead. I don't know, I think I prefer developing, yeah, Fire Blaze somewhere and Primus over Syzygy. We're thinking the Syzygy. That's exactly what we're doing. This is a strong turn. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know if this is a game-winning turn because you're kind of sacking your development. The Windstorm is still dead on board because you've made 2 creep tiles, so giving it the HP didn't actually do anything. It kind of just forces the enemy general to hit it, I suppose. Sinbred, what do we do? Araki Juggernaut. Boom, development. We're at 15 HP though, so unfortunately, if I know my average Duelyst player, I'm not saying that these are average Duelyst players here in Team Wars, we have the cream of the crop, but if I know them well, yeah, Juggernaut gets replaced because Rejuvenator is currently seen as really necessary to avoid dying at 15 HP. As Duelyst is a game where 15 HP is a killable life threshold. Also, this buffs the Araki, which the Juggernaut did not. I'm surprised Sinbred switched gears there. They had been playing around that obelisk on the bottom, but now they've just put their minions towards it. I guess they're like, okay, I need to get rid of that. It's getting kind of annoying. If you're a guy, you can clear the board and develop Portal Guardian and Fireblaze. You can do double obelisk instead of Portal Guardian if you want. I think it's not worth it to play the cat, but you could play tiger if you really want to too. Alright, doing the full clear. So somehow Guy is down to 15 HP. I haven't even paid attention. Where'd all his life go? He took 4 damage once. Twice he punched a Juggernaut. I guess that just about does it, right? You hit a Juggernaut, you hit an Emerald Rejuvenator, that goes to 8 HP. Shadow Nova! If you made this move, do you hit face? Or do you hit the Fireblaze? If you hit face, you set up lethal on the next turn, don't you? Because you do 10 damage. Well, 6 would bring him down to 9, so you don't have to hit face. Lethal's already set up if they don't heal. Yeah, so this is fine too. If they walk down 2, they still take 9 as well, so you don't need to hit to prevent that. Can Guy do lethal? Can he do 19 damage? We have Tiger, Rasha, Mirage Master. We only have 7 mana though. Doesn't matter what combination of things you play, you only have 6 damage. That would be 9. And then 2 minions, so 9 and 4 would be 13, and 2 is 15. Guy cannot win, and Guy cannot heal, so this game is over. Sinbred has checkmate with the second Nova, and there's nothing Guy can do. That's just it. I suppose if you're holding on to hope and your guy, you just develop your obelisk and maybe your orb weavers and hope that they somehow save you. Hope your opponent doesn't draw the second Nova. So this is why hitting on the previous turn could have been good. I think 17 HP was high enough to survive most things. And if they had played Second Wish, they would have actually survived another turn. So it might have been worth to hit the general on the last turn. But well played by Sinbred. I'm hoping this Juggernaut does work, but we're on a 2-win streak right now with Abyssian. Abyssian showing off their power again. So this is another interesting choice. Songhai bringing in Vanar next to deal with Abyssian. You don't usually see these deck options come in. Let me check. This is the Dancing Blades proper Vanar deck that was submitted that I have on record. So they have copied Jay's Vanar Edit 6 and are using Jay's Vanar list. Jay's Vanar is a Jack's Cheese Site Vanar. And they're looking at this, I'm surprised this didn't come in first, because if you can get the Jack's Razorback thing going, it kind of beats Abyssian a little hard. Because they have a harder time clearing out the mini Jaxes, and they have weaker minions, so they can't really set up the board to stave off a Jax play. I want to see how this one turns out, of course, but Vanar coming in now. Calvin piloting the Vanar list. Using the highly acclaimed Fae skin that I know some people love oh so much. It's like tie-dye Fae. To me, anyway. Yeah, what's up? Just one more, trust me. Okay, let's get started here, right? I'd say a good start. Primus Fist, turn 1. Your best play is Iraqi in the deck. Everything else is pretty much reactive or anticipatory in the case of Prophet of the White Palm. Likewise, Sinbred has a pretty good opener for Abyssian standards. They can do another 2-1. Sinbred, player 2, again with the same turtle opener. This time, Crawler played first, and the other minion played second, instead of Bloodtear first. What sort of impact will be had on this match with similar openers to the previous match? Sinbred came out ahead last time. Calvin's gonna want to replace probably the Rust Crawler. Artifacts don't come out often on Sinbred's deck. You're gonna want to find your Fenrir War Master, or you could Lady Lock into Healing Mystic. Either one of those would be decent here, right? I guess if you want to tempo Crawler, you could replace Razorback instead and tempo Crawler. Most people want to keep their one of removal, so I don't think you replace the Chromatic Hold. Not replacing first, actually playing Chromatic Hold. I don't know if that's worth doing. And you have to ask yourself the question. You're not stopping the ramp on the top mana tile. I guess you really want to take the central position, so you want to take out 2 damage on your own things. I would have replaced first at least. Fenrir would have been really nice there. Alright, well, Sinbred doesn't have a whole lot they can do. You can clear one of these 2 drops and then try another Crawler. and stay at 3 cards. If you really want to draw an extra card, you could just play the crawler and then float 3 mana and don't play another 2-drop. I don't know if that's worth. Since Sinbad decided to hit that Primus instead of the Mystic, yeah, I think the Blood Tier comes out to finish it off. Chooses not to preemptively strike the Healing Mystic. I feel like I would have there. Was there a reason to hold back? If they have Healing Mystic in hand again, they'll heal it up either way. Otherwise, they have no way of bringing that thing back, so... I don't know, I think I would have hit there. Granted, Sinbred is a Creep Abyssian. They can preserve HP all day and come out ahead in the end game. Calvin can get some clearing in. 2 things of their choice. You can really backline this Araki if you want to, or just put it in the front. Well, we see the Tempo Crawler. We are seeing Tempo Crawler. Its positioning is really strange. And Araki is just given away. 5 damage isn't that much. Sinbred could dispel it if they really want to. Probably not worth doing. So you have your choice of 1 card to play. It has to be Juggernaut, right? Oh, we're gonna see some Juggernaut action, surely. They won't take 5 and then heal 4. Who would take 5 just to heal 4 afterwards? That's like... no. Come on, Sinbred, you know what must be done. The audience demands the jiggy. Give us the jug. Yeah, I would just kill this Araki and play Juggernaut. No! You can heal later! You're not gonna die! Yeah, 20! Nothing can even hit you besides a Rust Crawler. Why is Juggernaut not playing? Probably doesn't want it to get dispelled again, but it hurts. The Juggernaut is being opted against over Rejuvenator of all things. It's a hard world out there for the Juggernators. Juggernauts. Calvin's turn kind of sucks here too. Can't even use Heart Sister with Razorback, so you just play Razorback and then what? Hit face for 3, move everything closer. They haven't seen Grasp yet in 2 games, so it could be a one of. I think they've been playing around Grasp still in both matches with the Vitruvian positioning and now Calvin's positioning here. They can probably ease up on that and be more aggressive with their minions. Unless you're really concerned that there's a Grasp in the deck. Oh, we might be in for a long one. Alright, we're playing around Shadow Nova. I feel like if you're gonna donate the Razorback to your opponent's Rejuvenator, you may as well put it next to your general, right? And the reason why would be to limit your opponent from gaining access to the center tile if they want it. Without trading first. Surely we see Juggernaut come down on this turn. There's nothing else that can be played. He would place back in the hand. Value Dispel? Worth it. See, if you put Razorback where I said to, you wouldn't have had to worry about Dispel. Value Dispel would have been off the table. Alright, Juggernaut at the board. Let's go. Sinbred's pretty much set to win the game. They've got all their 7 mana cards in hand. Calvin cannot find Jax to save their life. If they find one now, they could be in a decent position with 3 surviving bodies, but they did not replace into a Jax, so now we have a problem. You need to get ready for a Nova and Revenant turn. Lady Lock doesn't really help against the Nova because of the one spike already down, so even Fenrir is gonna die to it. I don't know, I think Sinbred has this one done. Is when you're against the Creep Abyssian, you know, I've shared this commentary many times over, but I think you need to be aggressive against the Creep Abyssian. Sinbred had way too much breathing room in this game, so they can just do whatever they want leisurely at that. Oh, we're going in now. Locking down Juggernaut with the 4/5 Fenrir. Fenrir still dies. Need to be aggressive or play off the devs to put Rev and Nova at the bottom of the deck. Is that the devs doing instead of the randomness? Yeah, just from my experience, if you're fighting Creep Abyssian, you have to like get in their face. They usually can't make favorable trades. So you want to put your stuff in their face. Within reason, I should say. You do want to play around the Grasp of Agony blowout. There's some good trades for Sinbred though. Revenant coming down first. You can get a full clear here, sans the Razorback. But Sinbred could also just leave the wolf up if they don't want to be in range of the Razorback. Yeah, I don't think they have to worry about it. And Razorback dies to the Shadow Creep on the following turn too. Unless Calvin does some Hearth Sister shenanigans. Yeah, Juggernaut is really decent in General's faces because he puts the creep under the General. It's not advised to hit that thing with your face. Juggernaut really wants to live in a world where fort damage removal isn't as common as it is. That's all he needs to be really good, in my opinion. But that's not the world we live in. And 5 HP might be a tad much for the Juggernaut. So I'll always feel middling. I actually have an idea in my mind. I haven't built it yet because I haven't been able to play too much, but I want to try doing an Azure Horn Shaman with Juggernaut. deck and see if giving him extra HP on occasion makes a large difference. Especially if I run Darkfire Sack. I'll have to theory craft later though. Anyway, Calvin's turn is a nice clear, but they're, yeah, this is what you want to do earlier, basically. So it plays around Grasp of Agony to an extent, minion-wise, and puts pressure on your opponent, but you need to do this from the get-go. Sinbred can choose their poison here, going for a second Revenant. Even though one tile will be overwritten, I think there's merit to casting your Shadow Nova here and keeping Revenant. Kev, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. How you doing? Well, this is interesting positioning. I don't know what we're playing around by doing this in Vanar. Maybe Aspect of the Mountain, so it's not in your face. Calvin's hand is too empty. They have some leeway to walk away down 2 tiles and avoid the Revenant. But yeah, Calvin just doesn't have a good move to make here. All of this stuff is gonna get Shadow Nova'd on the next turn. Naga. Playing around Naga. Oh, really? You were playing around Naga. Oh. But he's got 4 HP left. Would you really care if it got Naga'd there? I respect it. I respect the Naga respect. Naga plus CC. 2 Chromaticals were already used, so there's only 1 left in the deck, hypothetically. But I gotcha. This is really good for Sinbred, though. You have a comfortable life total. On this turn here, this could have been a completely different game. If Sinbred had the jacks, they might have been able to, like, make something happen. Interesting. Both minions in range of the Revenant. Now, if Sinbred did have the Grasp of Agony, that would be pretty devastating. So, I think we still Nova. Yeah, Nova Face and Razorback. You're not gonna die to a 4 attack Primus. If you're really worried about it, you can hit Primus with your, or I guess you can kill it with the Demonic Lure. Feels like a bad lure usage because you can expect that the tree exists, but at the same time, yeah, it's saving you damage, and you have nothing else to do, right? You have so many answers in hand. You don't need to hold the lure. Oh, Calvin! What saves us here? Tree! Alright. Could have played tree behind Sinbred so that it doesn't get hit by a dancing blade. And then walk to the top left first. Other than that, you know, she was a decent replace. Oh, poor tree. Ancient Grove is getting killed. Yeah. Honestly, you could have left Ancient Grove alive too and just like played double Rejuvenator or something. This is fine, of course. I don't know what Calvin does from this point on. This is a concede territory if you're on a ladder. It's because like the only way I can see Calvin surviving, one, Sinbred has to draw really poorly, which they didn't. I would have hit there as Sinbred. There's no way you're taking 12 damage. Snowpiercer's Spirit of the Wild is only 10. I guess there's no reason to hit there. But yeah, I was gonna say, if Sinbred draws kind of dead, you can Lady Lock Jax, and maybe something can happen with Jax if you draw it. Rhino Spirit is 12. Who plays Rhino Spirit? Also, you're in range of the general hitting you, so you would die regardless of hitting or not. So I wouldn't wager that in the play around option box. Rhino Spirit. I think you have to provoke here, yeah, with the main body. Actually, you might have to. No, yeah, I think you do that. Can Jax save us from the Abyssian Terror? As the Abyssian Terror, you can you can probably get lethal here. I'm just trying to figure out how. You need 4 damage. You just have to set your general free. No, I don't know if they can do it. They might have survived this turn at least. So you can just heal up a bunch and then you don't die to Razorback. Yeah, Void Pulse, Mystic, Rejuve. Oh wait, you have lethal. Never mind. Are you shouting at each other in chat? Yeah, I wasn't even looking at this. You have an easy lethal. You set the assassin free and hit with Void Pulse. Very good, very good. Way to not miss that. I was gonna miss it. I need to look at that a little more. Yo, 3 wins! Abyssian getting carried away. The momentum, we're gonna need to see it taken away sooner or later. Coming up next on the Vanar's side, Dancing Blades side, we're going to see, well, hold on a second. I have the deck lidded here, but it's like so tiny. I need to reset the transform. There we go. How did that even happen? I don't know. Anyway. Magmar Bounded Lizards are coming in next for round 4. So we have a Bounded Life Force mid-rangey style Magmar deck. I'm a proponent of these kinds of Magmar decks. I do like them. We got our 9 2-drop options, Vindicator with Lady Lock in the 3 slots, and then all the good stuff. It's good stuff, Magmar. 1 bounded. I'm noticing Nat selects are getting cut down to like 2 or 0 in Team Wars, which is pretty interesting. 3 Greater Fortitudes being featured. Only a couple of Flash. And that's triple Flash Reincarnation. Only a couple of Vindicators instead of 3. Seems like a solid mid-rangey list. I've been trying to remove Rejuvenator from my Magmar list personally with the Fall of Songhai, but they're really nice to have when you're fighting Songhai. If you run Vindy, Nat Select is dead while Vindy is alive. That's what Greater Fortitude's for. Also, if you run Vindy nowadays, there's no reason to really preserve the Vindicator. I usually just throw it in the things so it dies and does 1 damage. Like an elaborate Blood Tier Alchemist. I know you can't always do that, but that's the way I've been using it. So I think Sinbred has been alternating between first and second in all these games here. I have a really nice opener for Sinbred. It's about as good as you want it to be. Death Remor piloting Magmar also has a good opener. They can kill that Araki if they really want to. You can either do a passive Vindicator opening, or you can kill the Araki. And this choice is going to set the pace of the game, right? Alright, going passive. So hoping for no demonic lure. I suppose Blood Tier Night Sorrow would also nail Vindicator in this instance. But it'll live. That's really good. For Death Remor. We get Juggernaut! Oh yeah! Juggernaut ramp. Unfortunately, Araki is like put next to Vath. Doing this. So I think Death Remor might be considering Flash Mercantor just to prevent the creep tile. I don't know if this is worth it. Also, they're gonna make a mistake. Yeah, they made a mistake, I think. That's a huge misplay. I don't know if they're aware of it, but that uses up Vindicator's ability, so Vindicator can no longer grant Rush to a minion because it just gave Rush to the Mercantor, who already had Rush. So that's a dead Vindicator right now. Well, ability-wise. You noticed that, by the way? You did notice that. And Mercantor should have been in front of Vath or above and then walked to its position. You're hoping they didn't notice. Bait Vindicator. Hey Abyss, you want to lure this, right? Don't want it to give Rush to something. I like the strat. That's Mad Mac. Yeah, if I was Sinbred here, I play Jugger number 2. We need Jiggy. More Jiggy. Also, hopefully they're paying attention to the Vindicator because it's a non-threat at the moment. Oh yeah. Juggernator action. I don't know why I keep calling him Juggernator instead of Juggernaut. Alright, so here's the strategy Mad Mac was just talking about going towards the Vindicator. Here's the misplay that I was talking about. So they're about to smash face for a lot of damage. But that ain't happening. Yep. Max ad on Sinbred's part. So they must know, yeah, that they fucked up. They're probably aware beforehand. Oh, Juggernaut value! Oh shit! Hitting the general for 4, technically 5 damage. I'm happy this series is featuring some Juggernaut gameplay getting used. Granted, it's partially due to a mistake on the other team's part. It's all good. Solid Blood Tier Night Sorrow. That Rocky's getting pretty large as well. You get a nice trade with your Vindicator's remaining HP on the following turn. I don't know what you do for Death Remar though. Probably replace the Fortitude, maybe Ramp or Rush. Phalanx are actually choosing to replace the Elder instead. Yeah, that's a tough call. Like, Metamorph doesn't exactly help you here on this turn, right? You reset the Iraqi, you get the clear Night Sorrow and the Juggernaut. If you buff your Vindicator, you keep it alive, choosing to let it die. Yeah, that would be a hard decision. I feel like Vindicator, Phalanx are greater for it would have been stronger. And then you could have used the Rush Phalanx to delete your choice of the Iraqi or the Juggernaut. You probably don't want to get hit by the Juggernaut again though, because that's going to be 6 damage on the second hit due to the Shadow Creep. Maybe even more. Sinbred taking this opportunity, full surround. The Blood Tier coming in too. Yeah, I would equip Blade and hit. Easy. Death Remar is practically dead if they don't have an amazing solution to this. We do have the Bounded in hand, but that's not going to stop you from dying in this instance. Flash. Not the cards you want to see right now. Yeah, I'm not even sure Spirit Harvester would have been super useful on this turn. You can escape death. Get some decent trades. The only problem is you're really vulnerable to Revenant, right? There's 10 damage coming at your face on the next turn, plus the minion. I think Death Remar is just dead. The only way to prevent that death would have been Vindicator on the bottom left of the general. Vindy trades into that healing mystic, it just hit, and then you move diagonal and have the rushed phalanxar where it is and clear the Iraqi with the phalanxar so that the general can't walk up and get you. Yeah, well played is issued. Rough game for Death Remar. Shanghai Squarepants getting carried away with 4-0. Only 2 factions left, which I forgot to fade away the icon that's going down. So we have Songhai and we have Abyss. I would probably had brought in Songhai a long time ago if it was me. So I think against Creep Abyss, Songhai can get carried away. Looks like we're saving Songhai for last though, because Abyssian is coming in next. So we're playing the mirror match. Sorry for laughing. I wasn't ready for this. So we have Jack's Cheese Site. We're Soul Shatter Pact Abyssian. This was brought once before, right? It's kind of like a Big Abyss list. You have Jax as your 6-mana card and Vorpal Reaver. You have some Darkfire Sacrifices, Gloom Chaser for the body to provide the ramp, as well as Jaxi for Darkfire Sac targets. So I'm not sure how this list will perform overall. It can get carried away if it does the ramping thing early. It can also fall flat if the ramping doesn't happen into a powerful body. FYI, the song player wasn't available. Oh, not available. He was busy. They were saving it for him. Okay. Thank you for the FYI. So that explains why the Songhai hasn't come in yet. They were preoccupied with real life. Well, that's unfortunate. That might have made a big difference in this series. Okay, sorry for falling silent there. Solar Pie has their choice of Gloom Chaser or Jaxi. I don't know which is better to develop on turn 1. I'd probably go Jaxi, because it's resilient to the Blood Tier Alchemist that we've seen plenty of coming out of Sinbred. Well, not resilient to it, but you know, it's an undesirable target for the Blood Tier. Could Gloom Chaser though. They might be having a team strategy meeting about just that. My man Solar Pie, a fellow top corner turn 1 player instead of bottom corner, taking the extra energy and effort to move their mouse cursor slightly higher from the card bar. Excellent Gloom Chaser spawn, probably the best spawn you can hope for. Threaten all 3 mana tiles, basically doing an uncontrolled version of Orb Weaver. You know, if Dreamsloth wants to continue removing RNG from the game, I wonder if Gloom Chaser would benefit from having you choose where the Wraithling spawns. That would actually probably be a pretty cool little upgrade over it being random. Not a big deal though, either way. Sinbred just denying the center mana tile. The minion will happily die while taking one of these 2 things out with it. Do you play that demonic lure? I don't know if it's worth it to do so, but because if I see Gloom Chaser, I would be concerned about Swarm Abyss. Yeah, you want to save that for a Blood Moon Priestess, surely. Rejuvenator getting the boot instead of the ritual banishing. I'm kind of surprised by that replace. I guess there are 2 Rejuvenators left in the deck, only 1 ritual banishing, but you've seen Sinbred's deck a lot. Maybe they want the banishing to deal Juggernaut? I think we're just gonna see... You don't see this too often anymore, or at least in Team Wars. This situation doesn't come up, but the double tile block. That's kind of a passive play for player 1, but it's not bad at all. Moving your first minion up while clearing out the board and denying your opponent ramping. This could pay off big. Jax is in hand, triple ritual banishing, Vorpal Reaver as well. Do you play Jax first or Vorpal Reaver first? Probably Jax, but I'm not sure. Sinbred will be hard pressed to stop this ramp in the 6 mana. Just stop by, but this is true. What's good, Cody? Alright, we're just killing the Jaxie. Do you use your lure? Oh, okay, we're going for a full clear. Respect is being paid. The 6 mana ramp is being denied. This is honestly really smart on Sinbred's part, because I can definitely say that doesn't feel worthwhile doing what they just did. But holy crap, we could see from Solar Pie's hand, they just completely destroyed Solar Pie with that play. So it was worth it, alright. Solar Pie can hit and pass, or maybe add a Void Pulse so that they can draw 2 cards. Yo, what's up, Decoy? Hey, Decoy, we got some hot Abyss on Abyss action going on here. It's your favorite, right? What's up, Nenger? Damn. Sinbred must be damn proud that they decided to kill both minions there. You don't like Abyss? What do you mean? That's like your Team Wars faction identity. Nenger the Abyssian player. Oh, it feels so bad. Maintaining center makes sense, but yeah, just skipping your 4 mana turn, your 3rd turn. Abyss rework when? I don't think Abyss needs a rework. They just need more cards to do more neat things. I don't know, maybe that's just me. We need a Magmar rework. I'm actually on board with a Magmar rework. I would like to see them get cool, interesting mechanics that aren't just everything is rush and everything is instant damage. Like maybe push their self-damage identity further, but have really interesting cards with the self-damaging thing. I do like their self-damage sub-attribute. You're saying guaranteed it's a Sarlacc deck running Crescendo Grimoire based on a Wraithling and Jaxie. Turns out you were wrong. Oh, so you guys thought it was Grimoire? Honestly, that's a good call too, just to deny Grimoire. Okay, we have some passive turns going on, just a little bit of healing, a little bit of tile blocking. I like the Blood Tier Alchemist cautious approach forward. So it could be worse for Solar Pie. They really need to draw something else. I think it's time you replace a Ritual Banishing. Maybe. You can't really afford to replace that Shroud because you might be playing Shroud and then banishing it to kill the Rejuvenator. Feels like you're already damaging yourself every time you play Abyss. Yeah, interesting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, Shroud into Ritual Banishing. Leaving the mana tile wide open for Sinbred. So, is it like a bad turn on Solar Pie's part? It's not ideal, but you're fighting Abyss. You're both kind of doing this weird thing. Nah, yeah, that sucks for Solar Pie. The past 2 turns weren't very good. The scene Sinbred's getting carried away. We get some Juggernaut action, maybe? You could ramp out Dancing Blade if you want to. For the 2 extra HP. But Juggernaut, though. Oh, yes. Choosing to play around Grasp of Agony by dividing the minions between the general. Each one holding one of Lilith's hands as she brings her pets out. Solar Pie, you're about to take a significant amount of damage, but I guess it's kind of now or never when it comes to setting up your big things, right? Can you afford to do double Mystic and Lure if you don't want to get hit by Juggernaut? I don't think you can. You have to set up Jax or Revenant. Unfortunately for Jax, 2 of them are gone. So you're only left with 3 bodies. See, the problem with the Jax Soul Shatter Pact idea, which is different from the Jax Razorback idea, is that most of the minions used in the Abyssian variation, like Gloom Chaser, Jaxi, Shroud, they're just not as sturdy as Vanar's offerings, especially in the 3-mana department. So your board is never really filled up in this game. We can kill 3 of the Jaxes. Can ramp out Crawler and Dancing Blade with a Demonic Lure usage if you really want to. So you actually kill 4 of the Jaxes if you take Mana Tile with your general. Yeah, you do Crawler Blade. And then Lure. You could do a Rocky Blade and just not Lure. Jax Soul Shatter is not worth the deck slot. I've tried it before in the past, and I agree. It's a meme idea. I think if you're gonna run Soul Shatter, you may as well do the Wraithling Swarm thing and just hope you don't encounter Magmor. Spirit Harvest. Am I implying Fenrir is powerful? You've been assured by Vanar means that Fenrir was nerfed and is now very weak. I'm implying Fenrir makes for a better 3-mana card than Nightsire Assassin when it comes to establishing a buff on it after playing it. Fenrir is what makes Vanner not lose his player 2. I think Fenrir is fine. It's fair card now and still pretty good. Anyway, yo, Soul Shatter Pact, we're doing it. That means Juggernaut and Araki are dead, more than likely. Maybe you actually hit the Dancing Blade and assassinate it. Okay, Demonic Lure on Dancing Blade, sending it away. Well, both cards definitely have their usages. I'm not arguing one is better than the other for Night Sorrow and Fenrir, but if you're setting up buffs on a minion that you want to play on the board, you're not just putting out Night Sorrow on curve unless you're killing something with it, but you are just playing Fenrir on curve. And the extra HP and extra body really do help in this environment. The Duelyst environment. Yup. I was thinking you could ignore the Jaxi and just Shadow Nova Face. You get 8 damage off on this turn. Which sets up lethal for next turn more than Revenant now. Besides, it's Soul Shatter Pact. Those 3/1s are going back to 1/1 at the end of the turn, so they don't really matter. The other downside of Soul Shatter Pact, it's not permanent. What do you do, Solar Pie? You're in trouble. We have to dispel this Revenant because we can't afford another 4 for hitting it with Night Sorrow. I feel like I would have not healed there. You kind of need that Vorpal Reaver if you want to turn this game around. I feel like you dispel in Vorpal Reaver, right? Choosing to protect the damn, taking the 4 damage. Protecting the mini Jaxi, probably not worth it, and I think we're gonna double heal instead of developing Vorpal Reaver, which is gonna keep you alive for another turn, but it's not gonna help you win. This is a precious Jaxi, or mini Jax. Go and face with it. Alright. So Solar Pie can do 9 damage. Leave up the Healing Mystic, hit the Rejuvenator with Nova. They can also just have the Blood Tear kill the mini Jax, which is probably what we'll see instead of it going face. Yep. So earlier today, Mazer was making a conversational point about Duelyst being in the state where you can determine who the winner is on turn 2. And I think this game might have been a funny showcase of that, but mostly because the Solar Pie's turn 3 and 4 follow-ups were really lackluster. They definitely had a chance with their deck. They just drew abysmally poorly. I don't see how they come back into this. I think they had a shot, but they needed to play the Vorpal Reaver. The only thing is the Vorpal Weaver would have been whipped away, so I don't know. It might not have made a difference. And now what do we do? You can play the Vorpal Weaver now. Hit with Mystic, sacrifice it so you have some extra mana to play with. Might have been worth dispelling one of those tiles just in case. It doesn't matter. It's what, 6? So there would have been 5, 9 damage on the next Nova instead of 10. Alright, Mystic Value trade. Cool. We need to dodge general hit. Going for full board clear. Weaver's coming out finally. Unfortunately, Demonic Lure and Spectral Revenant will be the end of this game. Sinbred doing work today. We're in this set. Flexing that Abyssian strength. We are 5-0. Dancing Blade's final hope is a reverse sweep from Songhai. Definitely possible, right? If anyone's gonna pull off a reverse sweep, well, if history tells us anything, it's actually your Abyssian deck that's gonna do that. But with Abyssian down, you're gonna have to hope your Songhai is capable of doing that instead. What kind of Songhai do we have? We have a minion Songhai. You wonder why I didn't whip out Songhai earlier? I'm glad you asked. It's been pointed out that their Songhai player was not available immediately when the sets were being played. So Songhai was held in reserve because, yeah, their player wasn't around to run it. But we have Songhai, minion Songhai, coming in now for the finale. Or hopefully the reverse sweep. Seems like a standard minion Songhai list. They actually have fit in Spiral Technique as a closer despite being minion Songhai. You know what? It's not that standard. There's no Haemons. Usually Hammond makes an appearance in these minion variations. We do have the Frostbone Nagas instead. No Ghost Links as well for the extra card draw. And with a significant number of spells, I wonder if they're going to run out of gas a little bit. Because there's no Heaven's Eclipse, there's no Ancestral Divination, there's no Ghost Links. There's only Killing Edge on Kaido. That's the only draw in the deck in Phoenix Fire from your Lantern Fox. Also interesting, there's Onyx Bear Seals. Not super popular in Team Wars. In fact, this might be the first time I've seen any team use Onyx Bear Seal in a deck for Team Wars. So, we'll see if that comes into play at all. Kind of rough for places for Duelyst, ending up with 2 Keshrai fan blades, which are going to be useless against this Abyssian list. At least useless until Shadow Nova turns. Sinbred, though, God Opener. I say that semi-ironically, but what else would you rather play than your Crawler on turn 1 as Creep Abyssian? Not putting it in the middle tile to play around Tuskboard, though. Shame, shame. Granted, I guess Crawler doesn't really contest well with middle tile strats. But I think playing around the Tuskboard ramp is worth it, in my opinion. Lantern Fox forward. So if you're Sinbred, you can double 2 and kill this fox. You give him 2 Phoenix Fires though. Did not draw Dispel. You can give him 1 Phoenix Fire and summon Night Sorrow. if you want. It's really up to them. Looks like we're giving them 1 Phoenix Fire. And depending on the Songhai list and how carried away they get, this could actually be a risky decision. Because the Night Sorrow is probably just going to die to the Phoenix Fire, so it depends on what else is played with the Phoenix Fire that's coming down. We do have another Lantern Fox that can be developed. And Songhai doesn't want to stand on the Shadow Nova spikes, but I think it could be worth taking 1 damage now to ramp Fox and Fire. I very rarely, but sometimes do walk on the Shadow Creep to ramp, and I have come out ahead doing so in some games. So it can be worthwhile. Otherwise, you can avoid the 1 damage like the Plague and then develop your Primus Fist like this. Oh, sorry. Probably shouldn't open stuff on the side that people are sending me. Damn autoplay. Alright, Sinbred has the option to just really do a double 2. You could cash in on Healing Mystic now and only buff 1 Araki, or you set up both Arakis. Setting up both Arakis makes you vulnerable to a Tusk Boar. So I think 1 Araki, 1 Mystic is probably what you want to do. And that is what we are seeing. Iraqi is really far in the back line again. Like if Sinbred, if Delicious was on a Spell High variant and they set up 4 winds or something, I guess Araki can be used with Lure to deal with that in this situation. So maybe it's not so bad to have him build up just to be a giant removal tool. What do you do as Delicious? A myriad of 4 mana card options. We're probably killing the, Araki, I guess? I'm surprised that, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. They want to hit the general, too. Unfortunately, moving first, they can't deny the mana tile. I don't know if that was worth. It might have been better to do a different play than use Naga now. You took 5 damage. You only did 2 to them and killed 1 minion. And we have a really good Dancing Blade here. They can do a full board wipe. And they're at a comfortable 21 HP. That's looking really nice for Sinbred. So they must suspect they're on minion high by now, right? With the Naga reveal. And they must be feeling pretty confident with that bit of information because, you know, Songhai is playing minions. Oh, my Shadow Creep's really good at killing minions later. I don't have to worry about dying right away. Very passive healing turn. I don't like the positioning. Rejuvenator is just being donated for free to the Dancing Blade. Sinbred can do a full board clear if they want to cash in on Demonic Lure, set up Juggernauts. Not a bad turn at all. They can... I don't know if you even want to replace. Your 7 mana cards are active on the next turn. You could replace the Blood Tier Alchemist if you're gonna lure on this turn. And the thing I mentioned earlier for Duelyst's side of things, they are down the top deck mode. Alright, now, this is what I was talking about earlier in the stream. They're not at 2 cards, right? The browser client was getting really buggy by this point. Because I recorded the set back to back to back. I'm pretty sure they have 4 cards. We won't be able to see the rest of their hand though because it's just completely fucked up on their side. You're gonna see me like try to skip animations to fix it. Yeah, you can see my mouse cursors, like where are their cards at? Duelyst browser client is just not optimized. You recommend to move the crawler right one. You didn't say it loud enough and there was a lot going on this turn. Oh. Well, yeah, basically did what I was thinking to do. Get a full clear, respecting the juxtaposition. You're miles away from your minions. You don't need to be near the opponent. You're Shadow Creep. Juggernaut value! This is going to be a ton of damage, actually. Juggernaut hits face, and then you set up Shadow Nova on the same turn. That's living the dream. You get an extra Shadow Creep tile out of the deal. So you're going to be doing 8, 7, 7 and 4. 11 damage. Well, Keshrai ruined the dream. I guess we're looking at a Revenant play here instead. Can just kill the Lantern Fox, kill the Keshrai with Revenant. You could Smork. That would be riskier, but if you do 10, 11, 12, 13 damage right now, they drop down to 7. Your next Shadow Nova will kill them, although now that you've seen Keshrai, they could delay it again. So that might carry some risk to it. If you leave their stuff alive and they have a, if they buy another turn of survival. I would maybe kill Keshrai with my Revenant and then hit face with the Juggernaut. I think that's what I would do. Maybe. You know what? It might... Yeah, I was just rethinking there. It might be worth to leave the Keshrai up and hit the Fox instead. Because then the Phoenix Fire that they have in hand, or that they will have in hand, would not kill your Revenant. So they would have to sack their thing anyway. Maybe it doesn't matter. They did a mixture of the two, so Juggernaut went face. Revenant took out the 5 attack monster. We can't tell what cards Duelyst has in hand, because Replay broke Although we can still see them playing cards from their slots. Look at that value. Top deck the Void Pulse. We're gonna have to see another Keshrai come down, but I don't know how Duelyst does 21 damage. Keshrai is saving their life at the moment, though. If you're Sinbred, you can just surround yourself with 2 drops in the corner. Or you can just pass the turn if you're playing around juxtaposition. I think either one of them is worth, right? You have to ask yourself, do they have Mist Dragon or Juxta? Or both. If they have both, you're fucked either way. Not fucked, but you'll get outplayed either way. Revenant. Can't reach anything with Revenant on this turn, though. This is kind of a funny turn. But to see what happens. Also, 5 head. Is that an emote on 7 TV or something? I can add that real quick. Is on 7 TV. Yeah, there we go. I've been pretty much just, if I see an emote get used, it tells me, oh, people want to use that, I'll add it to my channel. That's how I've been doing my emotes. Alright, well, Duelyst is dead to Nova. Sinbred getting carried away. We have a 6-0 sweep with Abyssian on week 6. This would be the first sweep of the tournament that ends the series, so congratulations to Songhai SquarePants. They definitely needed that win to stay in the contention for the top spots. The Dancing Blades might have been taken out with that. I think they still have a chance technically, but they need the universe to fall in favor for them. Like the top teams are going to have to lose, and they're going to have to win their next 3 to remain in the top spot, but they might be out. So we're going to move on to our second set for the day. We have Juve's Disciples versus the Senile Streamers. So Juve's Disciples here, they're the team to beat. This is another big match for the week, I think. Senile Streamers is looking to break into the 4-win bracket, which would give them a strong, secure over a top 4 spot. Juve's Disciples, meanwhile, they are 5-0 as of this week. They are the top dog to beat with a flawless win rate. Juve's piloted by, not piloted, but Sieben, Captain Sieben, with Alpha Century, Bry Guy, Demi, Remy, Icy, and Ollie. The Senile Streamers, captained by Rob No, with Grinchers, Lucrative, Kitty Kaka, although I think Kitty Kaka was dropped as of this week, and in the future it's going to be Kolos. So next week we'll see Kolos gameplay. It's just Cosmic and Tuca rounding out the roster. So I need a moment to set up the first decks that we're going to see. Let's see here. Let's hide some files. We're going to need this deck. Good. And we're going to need this deck. I just gotta make that bigger. Strangely truncated image there. Alright, on Juve's Disciples side, we have Untitled Vanar. This is going to be Sebin's Vanar list. Sebin has been making quite a big showing for Vanar. I think they have the strongest performance with Vanar, probably followed by Smarty in the tournament so far. So we'll have to see how they do. It is a Jax list. It has a very competitive curve utilizing Ghost Links to help with the early game and heavy reliance on powerful Lady Lock plays. We're all in on the Lady Lock strat with the Dream Gazers as well. Only Chromatic Cold and Hailstone Prison for spells. Nothing else in there whatsoever. On the Senile Streamers side, we have Greedy Artifacts. So an artifact vet list with Saboteur, with Flame Blood Warlock. Title update? Yeah, I'll update the title once I start the beginning of the match. I am a one-man army. If I had some mods, they could do it for me. I don't think my mods are around though. What is this? There we go. Anyway, very interesting Vitruvian list. So, double Hexblade, triple Staff of Yakir, no Blast Artifact. So, Greedy Artifacts is more like an aggro artifact deck. But they have a splash of Sabotage. We do have the Zenrui Saboteur combo. Triple, what is it, Tears. The artifact spell that buffs your attack by 2 for every artifact you have. I forget the full name of that spell at this exact moment. So it'll be interesting to see how this turns out. You don't know how that works as mod. I think you do, like, I don't know either. I'll be honest with you. It's all good. I'll get to it. So this is Juve's Disciples Senile Streamers Game 1. Pretty good opener from O-Behave. O-Behave is Sebin, for those that are unaware. It's alternate account. Lucrative piloting Vitruvian this week. I asked last week. Lucrative just felt like playing some vet, and Grinch felt like not playing some vet, so they have swapped to adjust accordingly. I think we're gonna see double 2 opener, right? Ah. Now, which 2 drops do we see? You're up against Rocky. Flameblood Warlock would trade favorably against Rocky or pressure the Vanar General to take 4 damage, assuming you do Primus Fist. You could also do a defensive healing mystic and offset the Warlock's damage to your face. I think both of those work. I'm not sure what Lucrative would do, because I'm not used to seeing Lucrative on an aggro style list, so I'm not familiar with how their preferences would be. They're actually opting to do Mystic Center. The only thing I don't like about Mystic Center is O-Behave gets a really powerful clear if they Mystic their face in response to this, which we can see is exactly what's going to happen. This turn might be enough that it sets Lucrative very far behind. What to see. Just card value wise, they're gonna want like a Shrike development turn or something. And they're gonna have to avoid drawing their Tears cards on replaces for a few turns. Yeah, this is really strong from Obehave. So you're at Tracer getting the boots. We have Zen Rui. That'll be nice on the following turn. I guess you take 5 damage now before that number gets any bigger. And develop a Primus Fist somewhere. Man, that was like the perfect counter to Lucrative's opener there. Double Mystic with a Rocky on turn 1. That's just unfortunate circumstances. Yeah, we can see some discussion going down. I guess positioning matters. You kind of concede the mana tile, but where do you put this Primus? Just gonna hold center. I think that's reasonable. You could replace this Dream Gazer or the tree if you don't want to take the damage. You could develop Razorback now for clear and set up Jax on the next turn, although you're gonna need to find another Razorback maybe. There are 3 in the deck though. Now, interestingly, there are no Primus Fists in Seabun's list. 1 turn until feels Vetman moment. Oh, no spoilers. So I don't remember what happens at all in the sets. It's like I'm watching it for the first time. Okay. Hold on a second. Alright, what did we do? We did go with the Razorback play. We did replace Dream Gazer as well. That makes sense. I didn't see what we got. I'm guessing we obtained a Rejuvenator based on the hand. Drew a Razorback as well. This just looks over. If Lucrative has amazing insight, we will Silhouette Tracer and deny the mana tile to buy us a turn. If Lucrative does not do that, they're about to get destroyed by a Jax Razorback in the next 2 turns. You don't know what's happening, but we all know a certain card Vet just can't handle. I mean, they can handle it, but they need board presence. We're more of an aggro artifact list, so I don't know if artifact aggro handles it as well. We are tracing onto the mana tile and just getting a Healing Mystic developed as well. Unfortunately, the Mystic had to be played after. Oh shit, I didn't even look at the number. Holy crap, we don't need Jax Tree Sight. We're just gonna kill you. Because we can do a ridiculous 18 damage. 20 damage right there, the 3 6s. Yeah, that was fast. Steven wiping out Artifact Vitruvian. That was just unfortunate, but really nice. Steven's response turn was like crushing against the opener that Lucrative had going for our next match. So we have Magmar coming in. That is a huge deck list. Let's adjust the size of that a little bit. Alright, Team Wars Magmar. It's a Zurael one of list. Otherwise, it's about a mid-range Magmar as you get. There is a Mind Steal as well. Only a couple of Metamorphs, but we have the full Nat Select package flash as well. A couple of Elucidators too, so this deck has some staying power. It has a little bit of burst. It's very flexible. I'd say Team Wars indeed, because it's capable of, taking on a myriad of things. Depending on how the game goes. We'll have to see how it fares against Vanar. Hypothetically, it'll be advantaged. Do the Spirit Harvester. You're trying to figure out what they cut. No veteran. Yeah, that's a good point. There is no veteran Silithars in that list. Opting for a couple of Elucidators and Rust Crawlers instead. The magma, or the like onyx colored Magmar skins look okay next to Zerail, the flaming chicken. Also, what's good, Seabun? I'm guessing we're going to replace Jax and look for Araki again. That worked out so well last time. Only a healing mystic this time around. Nothing to be upset about, though. Perfectly good 2-3. Nice draws on Seabun's part. Yo, Cosmic coming in early. Cosmic's usually the guy held back until the end for cleanup. I feel like in past weeks anyway. Really good response turn for Cosmic. We had the classic 2-drop into Nat Select that everybody hates so much. Or loves, if you are the Magmar. It's not awful for Seabun, though, because it's a Phalanxar, so we can play defensive for a while. You have Fenrir's. I might hold on to the Dancing Blade. You probably hold on to the hand, arguably, only because you're conceding center. Unless you decide to take center and just eat 4 damage. Which is an option you could do as well. You could Hearth Sister the Phalanxar behind you and then walk 2 forward, I suppose. Yeah, we're just doing a defensive split. I do kind of like this positioning. It plays around a Flash Cantor. Maybe some other shenanigans too. A lot of people in the turn 2 as player 1, I've noticed they will do the like, you either move 2 up or you move diagonal 1 up and 1 back, or down, either way it's mirrored, and then you play the minion next to you instead of splitting. But I do like the split when you have the opportunity to, personally. Divides your opponent's attention. A Cosmic can smash face with Elucidator if they desire. Unfortunately, you can't hit or can't play Mystic with the Elucidator to bring it back to 4 HP. Alternatively, they can do what they're doing now, which is just set up Vindicator so it's ready to go with its ability. Interesting positioning on the Vindicator. I feel like I would have put it down right of the Phalanxar, because then the Vindicator can take mid once you leave it, and you can hit every tile on the map when Vindicator's in the middle. It's a little more limited up there. Unfortunately for Cosmic, we can see that Seabun has the answer to Vindicator. they can simply Hearth Sister it. And you can develop a second Fenrir if you really want to. You could also do a Lady Lock Hearth Sister. I don't think that's as worth at the moment. I would probably just Fenrir Hearth Sister. There's a little fly buzzing around here. Getting warmer outside, and I already live in the woods as it is, so the flies are coming out and coming in the house. The bastards. Okay. So I would have done the Fenrir, but Sieben knows better than me, I'm sure. We're going with the Lady Lock play instead. Lady Lock keeps your current Fenrir a little on the safer side. And the Hearth Sister kinda begs Phalanxar to trade into it, doing this way. Oh, you wanted to do Fenrir too? Alpha bullied you into this line. Oh! So Steven and I are like-minded then, and Alpha Sentry clashed with us. That's funny to hear. Yeah, Steven, I haven't asked you directly, but would you like to do Team Wars commentary sometime? I don't know how busy you are. But you are, of course, welcome to cast, as is everybody else in the community that's interested. Just let me know. There are only 3 weeks left of games, and then semifinals and finals. Team Wars is wrapping up. Slowly but surely, we are almost done with the tournament. It's too busy not nerfing Harvester. You are quite busy. You could try to find time. Well, you just let me know if you are interested sometime. Hey, Cosmic, get some nice development. Sieben's kind of separated from his units. We do have another Hearth Sister to alleviate that to an extent. You can get a value trade. You can walk away. I'm surprised Cosmic didn't walk like 1 down to prevent Sieben from getting away from Phalanxar. Sieben can take center if they want. Well, you know, 1 above center. Go under Cosmic. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Your commentary would be, yo, that shit's dope, man. And often they're inside of all. Hey, it's all good. We feature all kinds of commentators here. I think we've had everything from the very analytical types to color commentary types. We've probably had some agreeable types as well. There's nothing wrong with that. Is this, okay, wait, yeah, this is the second one. I was about to ask if this is the 3rd Fenrir. So we got second Fenrir down. We have Iraqi. Cosmic develops stuff. Sieben choosing to develop rather than answer anything. They don't really need to deal with Mystic. They're non-issues. You don't get to see this very often. It's like a tiny army versus a tiny army. This is what we want Duelyst to be, man. Board development. Oh, yes. Outsmarting and outmaneuvering your opponent instead of deleting everything every single turn. Board development, right? What's that? I do think Cosmic's position is leaving him a little... It's kind of awkward to work with now because he put his general on the top. I can't remember what the situation was like, if that was advantageous for him on the turn he did it, or if he should have moved 1 down, like I said earlier. Oops, face damage, yeah. If only there's a way to make aggro a little more interesting and flavorful. I didn't see if Cosmic replaced yet, so we're choosing to hold on the Silithar Elder. I think we didn't replace, just doing a Lady Locke play. I don't love the Lady Locke position because it just dies to Fenrir, and if I'm not mistaken, that Fenrir has 3 HP. Yeah, so I don't love that. They replaced an Elder. Okay, thank you. So they did do a replace. They had a Mystic? I see. I thought they had the Elder. I think Sieben can get almost a full clear in a favorable way if they want to. Might see the Razorback drop. He doesn't really have to play it, but you only have Heart Sisters and a Prophet in hand, so I think we see a Razorback come down. Is a Rocky gonna smash face, though? That's looks like what we were thinking of. Alright, we changed our mind. We're going Prophet. Prophet kind of useless in the Magmor matchup. I think Prophet only prevents one Magmar spell from working, and nobody runs that spell. So it's not very good against Magmar. May as well put it out now for stats. Keep the Heart Sisters around. Nice! Replace into a Harvester. I don't know if it's enough, though. And Rocky is getting scarily large. You could Mecantor. The bottom 3 minions would remove a lot of terrifying power off the board. Sack Phalanxar into Fenrir and then kill the wolf, so you take 3 damage. Sieben's left with a 3-2 and a 4-2. If we're walking away, I think we're gonna see Harvester get played. You could make an argument to do Metamorph here, maybe. And kill the Fenrir, both Fenrirs with your General and your Phalanxar. This is okay too, I think. You just kind of hope they don't have a Hearth Sister and a good solution for your Harvester. I can't believe I would besmirch the honor of your Kinetic Twin Fang deck. I didn't say anything about Kinetic Equilibrium in a positive or negative way. I just said it doesn't get played in Team Wars, so Prophet's kind of not good against Magmar. That's what I said. I've tried Prophet Kinetic Equilibrium as like a Razorback, because I've imagined. Oh yeah, Razorback, man. Kinetic does a similar thing, and if you have Prophet, your guys don't take damage. They just get the attack buff. But then the enemies don't take damage, and it's like, damn, you just can't do what you want to do with that card. Pretty good Lady Locke. Alright, I am surprised that Sieben didn't take 5 there and use the Razorback to kill that in exchange for pushing 11 damage face. But I can understand why not. It just feels a little bad to use your big ass Araki to kill the Spirit Harvester. Yeah. Playing around Harvester number 2. Well, I mean, Harvester number 2 isn't going to kill you if you take 5. Ah, right. I see. I know what you're saying. Yeah, he could have. You had the 2 Heart Sisters, so I was thinking you could throw Araki into face there, and you can still answer the enemy Harvester. Metamorphosis. This is actually not great for Cosmic. In fact, Cosmic might be dead. 12, 14. Okay, not dead. Maybe if you had 2 Razorbacks. I think we played 2, right? We played 2. You can summon Jack's Tree Site. Hope they don't have Harvester. That's kind of a blowout play. You could do Ghost Link's Razorback. Cash in on all the damage so Harvester doesn't suck. And you push 14. You go down to 11 if you decide to hit. But then you only have a Ghost Lynx and a Razorback left. I guess that's fine. It's probably better. I guess you make a call right here. Yeah, do you develop Jax? Risk the Harvester? We see Cosmic does have it, so Jax would be a bad play. Ghost Lynx Razorback would be the correct answer in this situation. All of your minions are kinda low quality. I think there was a Lady Lock left in there. The other 2 are Heart Sisters and a Prophet, right? So you may as well throw 3 of them away and keep the Lady Lock. Alright, we're seeing Razorback. Jax is arguably the correct play, as you just saw Harvester. I don't know if I would use the word correct, but if you like to weigh your odds, if you want to think about the reality that 3 Harvesters exist in the deck, in the 40 card deck, I'd say your odds are still higher that your opponent has second Harvester than they don't have second Harvester. If you're a gambling man, you wouldn't bet on those odds normally. If you actually do the number work. But they're slightly higher in your favor, but they're still favored for your opponent. This is a pretty stacked Magmar hand, not gonna lie. The Lady Lock positioning is making this Mecantor feel terrible. But you kind of have to. And I think you don't play Mind Steal, right? Because you don't want to sacrifice a Mecantor and a Harvester. Yeah. Cosmic could have moved there. I'm not sure where to, but they could have moved. Their general. You could have gone down left to get out of range of the enemy, or you could have stayed near the enemy just to stay near them. Alright, Seabun. You can do a lot of board development. Again. You know, it's kind of amazing. This Vanguard deck is really good at pumping out board presence. It's done it like 3 times over. Cosmic has cleared the board twice over. Well, this will be the 3rd time now. So it did it 2 times over. And there will still be gas in the hand thanks to Ghost Link's ability. Coming in handy. I like this too. Push 4 damage. And set up an Araki. Use Chromatic Cold to finish off that Mechator. Cosmic, you're down to 9. We can... 7. They can play both. That's 12. Wow. How do you feel, Steven? You just barely survived. Because, yeah, you didn't hit. You just barely survived a double elucidator turn. A way to not punch, man. Jeez. Oh, Cosmic can kill 2 of the minions and then Mind Steal? No, Mind Steal doesn't help him at all, honestly. I think Cosmic is dead. No matter what they do, they can't answer the 3rd 4 attack guy. Yeah, without taking damage. So this is an option. I guess you're not dead. 5 HP, feeling a little peckish maybe. Does Sieben have lethal in the deck? We don't have Snowpiercer, excuse me. So Sieben needs to set up minions in order to close out the game here. Cosmic having 5 HP means double Elucidator is potentially lethal. They could also opt to tie the game. I'm gonna heal that 4 HP back, which means for 2 turns in a row, Sieben will be 1 off lethal. That's kind of hilarious. Oh, Cosmic, you're so close. You just... I don't know what you need to finish, but you need something. He cannot replace in a Greater Fort. There are no Greater Fortitudes in the deck. Flash does... Oh, Flash is lethal! Right. No, it's not. It's 1 mana off. Oh, I thought you could do both Elucidators with Flash and then Mind Steal and hope for Chromatic Cold, but you can't pay it. Oh, it's so close. What do you do, Cosmic? Actually, what do you do in this situation? Nat select on that? I don't know. I think you have to cash in on that probably leads to death too, actually. I don't know how Cosmic survives the next turn. You could have like used Elucidator to kill something and then Flash Harvester. But then the Harvester is hurting you when it hits the Elucidators, so you would go down to 1. Unfortunately, Hailstone Prison is gonna end the game. Oh, Cosmic was so close. Steven teetering an inch away from death, but hanging in there. The power of restraint. Sometimes it matters that much when you don't hit with your general. That's crazy. Alright, well played by both sides though. That was a cool game to watch. This fan art list is doing some work. Who's coming up next here? Hey, when the Magmar doesn't work, we have the Lionar to fill in the shoes. So typically Vanar comes in to counter Lionar. Grinch Lio, however, fears not the Jack's Prophet. So they are being brought in. There are Blood Tiers in this Lionar list. I've talked a little bit about that in the past weeks. Blood Tier being a strong candidate for Lionar, despite its low synergistic values with Lionar's cards. Still really good. Definitely helps with the Jax thing. Am I seeing that correctly? Oh yeah, Steven pointed it out too just now. Only 8 2-mana cards for the Lionar list. So we have a sub 9 2-drop list. Usually 9 is the magic number that people like. You're gonna get something to eat, but you might hop in afterwards. Yeah, feel free to. Call is open. So yeah, this is a bit atypical of a Healing Lionar list, but it's Healing Lionar, make no doubt. There were some cuts made here and there to squeeze in Archons and Lightbenders, I think. Also, there's 2 circles of life instead of just 1 circle of life, which we've seen kind of often. So let's load in the game 3. Sieben going first 3 times in a row. Grinch going second, which is probably better for his deck considering the 8-2 drops. But I'm not sure. The Zhowie special? This is not the Zhowie special. You want Archon? Yeah, nice. Is Archon done? Congrats, congrats. Oh, the no 2 drops, right. Well, there are 2 drops. Just 1 less than average. Anyway, Sieben has a turn 1 play. Excellent. Grinch, will we see the forehead opener? Or probably same side Silver Guard, right? So move 2 forward, put it below your general. On, what is it? D7? Silver Guard to D7. You came second in Archon. So, did you do Abyssian or were you playing Lionar Decoy? There seems to be some serious debate happening with the Senile Streamers team. I mean, they are down 2, so every play matters here. Decoy 1 Burn Abyssian Helio matchup. Very impressive. Nice. Way to beat that damn Healing Lionar list. Well, I mean, we just watched an Abyssian sweep here on Team Wars, so... Abyss be doing good stuff. He made a weekly puzzle on Archon. Consolation prize. Creating a cool situation. And we have forehead opener with the Silver Guard. I'm a little surprised that it's not on the bottom. General here to threaten the Healing Mystic. Going for a defensive open instead. What does Sieben do here? Is it worth it to Lady Lock Araki or Araki Lady Lock? I don't think it is, right? Do you Chrome code that? So Lady Lock Chrome code? No, we're doing Lady Lock Araki. I guess we'll have to see if this is worth it or not. Buff Sundrop to heal 6. My Sundrop elixir isn't healing enough damage. I'm still dying, Dream Sloth. I'm not healing enough HP. I really do hope for the future, as obnoxious as Lionar's healing is since they are the heal faction. My one hope is that they do not get damage-based synergy with the healing. Please keep them separate concepts. You know, if you're good at healing, healing is value. And that's where your value comes from. You don't have to heal and kill things while you're healing. AKA, please don't reprint gold vitriol for the love of all that's holy. That artifact was so cancerous. Funriser and Fight Chaser, yeah. Make the healing do other defensive things or something interesting. They would like to have a word. I mean, Holy Imma is the same way. It's healing and damage. Anyway, excellent clear on Grincher's part, leaving their Silver Guard out of the Zeal range to do it. Kind of out of necessity, they had to do that. Even going with a slightly more passive turn, or this could be the turning point that the senile streamers are looking for in this series. So Grinch has a lot of strong Lionheart cards in hand. They can just develop stuff. How often does MO actually heal something? It happens more often than you might think, at least in my games. So this Silver Guard could reach the Dream Gazer. It could also just move like top left one and don't hit, don't hit, but lock down the Ilina Cryobite General. Best fan art general, by the way. Don't at me. I just think she's neat. Very spiky. With a giant fucking club to bludgeon people with. Okay, this was a pretty good development. Very tight-knit army unit. Got a full Tetris piece here. Oh, what do you do as Sebin? Your Rejuvenator does get a positive trade, to be fair. Due to the Silver Guard positioning. You can also Hearth Sister the other Silver Guard if you want to be able to move. So if you do that, you can reach the Blood Tier. Sebin can remove 2 of these things. 3 if you waste some Chromaticals. The hand's kind of awkward. You only have Hearth Sister and Chromatical in hand. You don't want to play your Prophet yet. At least I would think you don't want to use it yet. I know Tetra pieces are 4 squares. I know. Alright, looks like this Emerald Rejuvenator is going to be used as like a removal tool for Zeal minions over the course of the next couple of turns. We do play the Prophet instead of holding it. Just for an extra body. I don't hate the Prophet. You don't get blown out by a Holy Immo, because right now Grinch could do a lot of face damage if they had it. I think Grinch is just going to end up developing an Archon though and clearing the Heartseeker with Blood Tier maybe. And then hit face a little bit. It's not bad. Positioning wise, you have a lot of options. Grinch can pretty much just keep everything face. You could keep the Archon back if you want its properties being used. Like, assuming you move forward after you kill the Heart Sister, you can keep the Archon behind your general or something. instead of putting it in Steven's face. Okay, using their face to clear, keeping the bodies, cashing in on a sun drop now. Silverguard cutting Steven's movement options down from going into infiltrate. Not that his deck cares about infiltrate. We have Jack's True Sight in hand. Archon is not going to be threatening lethal in the very next turn. Do you gamble the Jacks and hope they don't have Tempest? Burn Prophet though? Well, they can't do both on this turn regardless. If you don't play Jacks, your next best play is Hearthsister Fenrir or Hearthsister Razorback. Hearthsister Razorback can deal with the Archon if you trade in your Rejuvenator to it. Yeah, the Silverguard Knight positioning is set to deal with the mini Jacks. It's very good on Grinch's part. I'm actually surprised Grinch didn't put the Blood Tier 1 to the right, because I think it could have reached that tile, 1 to the right. Alpha at this point is begging you not to play Jacks. You listened to him the first time around, but you didn't listen to him this time, huh? Jax does come down. Honestly, I think Jax, the gamble against Tempest with Jax has the greater payoff than your alternative play by a large margin. Grinch does get 3 bodies cleared. Has to use a martyrdom to do it though. And can dispel the other 2, so very good clear on Grinch's part. Maybe an okay. I guess pretty good, right? You don't like using the martyrdom, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta do what you gotta do. 21, 6, and 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with Hearthsister, so Grinch is not in danger of suddenly dying here. If you play Dancing Blade, you only have access to Hearthsister to go with Dancing Blade. I can see Razorback being used since it helps you clear things a little more efficiently. Replacing the Ghost Links, now you have Ghost Links with DB instead if you really want to use DB. I still think Razorback might get deployed here. Your first Jax has just been answered without Tempest, so the next ones are probably going to get Tempest, right? Alright, that looks like Dancing Blade instead. This is fine too. Yeah. Poor Lightbender sounds. Let me get a sip of my drink. A lot of talking today for me. Alright, Grinch already replaced the first card. Got a Holy Immo out of the deal. 8 mana. Could Rejuve Immo. It's not fantastic, but you could do it. You could Arclight Regalia and like hit Hit face, and then MO the Blood Tier Alchemist, so you push 8 face damage, maybe 10 if you throw the Blood Tier in, and then take center, so neither of Steven's things can hit you. 10 damage on Vanar could be rad, maybe? I don't know. We are seeing MO. You could still do Rejuve instead of Regalia if you rather develop a body here. And that's looking like Rejuve. I don't know which one would be stronger overall. If you're fighting the lizard lovers, I suppose you want to equip Regalia because they're not... As Macy was joking with earlier today. Regalia is kind of like the kryptonite of the lizard lovers at the moment, taking 5 out of their 6 games in a rather relevant manner. Or 5 out of the 8, I should say. I think it's being afraid of Crawler swinging board. Have they seen Crawler yet, though? They fought this deck 2 times already. This is the 3rd game, and they haven't seen any Crawlers. I would think there's no Crawlers in Steven's list at this juncture. You hope not. I would hope not either. You're right, it could be a 1 or 2 I've never played, but you're facing Steven. You gotta know your opponent, and Steven doesn't normally play a lot of 1-ofs in their decks. Not to say they can't, but they don't usually. Oh man, we're setting up the anti-MO box. Using the Razorback to just make a scary board. That's a turn? Yep. I don't know what else Steven would have done. Did they have the tree in hand? I'm kind of surprised they didn't just put the tree down. If so, if they just drew that, though, never mind. My eyes were looking elsewhere. Ironcliff MO isn't real. Ironcliff MO isn't even that good of a turn. You kill 2 things. A Razorback and a Jax that can't shoot. The Dancing Blade lives. The Fenrir wouldn't live, so I don't think you would care if that happened. Retzinger coming down. Alright, this is intimidating, but there is a lot of damage in Steven's pool here. Is there 21 though? 9, 12, 14. I see 16 plus another Razorback in hand. Razorback, Hearth Sister, Chrome Cold. That's 22. Can it all reach face though? I don't think it can all reach face without a Hailstone. And then you might be 1 off without the thing, or maybe I miscounted here. If you have Razorback in hand, it's always lethal. Oh wait, yeah, you didn't need to play the Hearth Sister. I kept looking at Hearth Sister to move the thing away, but yeah, everything goes in. With Chrome Cold getting played, that's 22 damage. Grincher's punished for developing their Sinja and moving near all the big minions. That game could have gone on much longer if Grinch just backed off, but you know, you gotta take your gambles. Maybe he didn't want to do a long-winded match, so Steven takes game 3. This is looking to be Another dangerous situation. We already watched one sweep earlier today. We'll have to see if Steven pulls off a second or not. Songhai coming out for Team 2. Let me just load in the deck. We have Spell High with the icon in the name. I've been curious, how did they get the picture in the name? I'm not sure how they did that, but I've noticed that they've been doing that. Senile streamers with their Songhai deck for the past couple weeks. I think this is the list they ran last week. I don't remember exactly. We have one of Ghost Links, one of Ghost Lightning, couple of masks, one copy of the Spiral Vortex, Spiral Technique. Surely Songhai counters Vanar. I don't know if it counters Vanar, but you know, it's Spell High. Spell High can get carried away. This is a very minion-based Vanar with a lot of Lady Locks. I think because of all the Lady Lock play, with the essential healing package of triple Mystic, triple Rejuvenator, Songhai would actually have a harder time against Steven's Vanar list. He's definitely not as vulnerable to Songhai as other Vanars tend to be. One replace from Sebun does get a frontline 2-drop if you want to use up the Hearth Sister. Robno coming in. Not a good hand. It's gonna want to mulligan that hand, I think. Yep. You're ready to slam that 2-2. Well, now you can slam the 3-2 if you want. That's a much better hand from Robno. Alright, Sebun is a replace Dreamgazer turn 1 kind of guy. Yeah, Hearth Sister turn 1 synergy when you can swap it with your Dreamgazer, because why the hell not? It seems like a bad idea. If they play the Tusk Boar, you want your Hearth Sister to get hit, right? Not your Dreamgazer? Yeah. Also, not playing center tile around Tusk Boar, but it's a Hearth Sister, so maybe you don't care as much because it'll trade into the boar if it happens. Alpha was telling you to? That's what you told him? I find it funny. Alpha's behind all of these decisions. He's the voice whispering things in your ear. Not necessarily good things, but still whispering nonetheless. I should get Alpha Sentry on. Yeah, I gotta hit up some other people. Alpha Sentry doesn't do casting. I think I'm thinking of Argood. Maybe I should ask Argood if he wants to do some casting, because he does it for Fate. Anyway, Rob replacing... What was that? Chakri Avatar? I wasn't looking. I don't remember. Places T-drop, going with Lantern Fox development. So I'm guessing 4-head opener coming in. Placing Lantern Fox on B7. B7 opener coming in. Amazing development opportunities on Sebun's side of things. I don't see... I guess it depends on how much you want to deal with that Lantern Fox right now. The Iraqi might be kind of vulnerable. Yeah. Does it get replaced? I was just going to ask, do you replace that because of the matchup? Looks like we do. Maybe not just because of the matchup, but because you want to play Fenrir, so Iraqi's going to stay at 1 attack power against Songhai. And that's just not acceptable. Could see Fenrir Prophet happen. Looks like we're killing Lantern Fox now instead. So Rob will have additional Phoenix Fires to play with, but quite an intimidating board at the same time to deal with. That's not a place you want to see. You could risk the Four Winds Magi development, just like kill the Hearth Sister, put Four Winds in the corner or something, but there's a lot of risk to that. 2 Hearth Sisters are down already. You just have to worry about the Hailstone Prisons and Chrome Colds. So I think we'll realistically see a couple of Phoenix Fires come out here, which isn't stellar. You could also use your Saber Spine to hit the Fenrir and do a Phoenix Fire on whatever 3/2 you hate the most. Probably the Hearth Sister that's above your head, maybe, for positional reasons. It's not a bad decision to do this, but seeing the Hailstone Prison value that's about to happen, it kind of hurts to see Rob opted for this instead of clearing stuff. But what are you gonna do? You gotta make something happen. I don't fault him for it. Sebin, on the flip side, it's not terrible. Ghost Links is pretty rad to have with the turn. We took the tile, so I guess we're gonna see profit drop as well. You get a partial surround on Rob. You destroy his minion permanently, push 3 damage. We haven't even seen Ladylock come out yet. Rob is on the back foot, unfortunately. Could not execute the one thing you want to do against Vanar, which is develop more than 1 minion at a time, because they will delete your 1 minion at a time. So now we have 3 dead cards in hand. Technically 4, because there's nothing worth juxtapositioning. You can develop a Lantern Fox, but your hand is full as well. And there's nowhere safe to put it. I don't even know what you do as Rob in this position. You could, like, play your Lantern Fox and juxta it with the Fenrir and then walk towards Sebin. I guess? You concede. You concede. I always try to find a way out in my games, but I am humored every time I hear the commentators that join me just say, alright, this is where you concede. This is where you stop playing the video game. It's over. Already won. And they're not wrong sometimes. Rob playing Phoenix Fire for some reason. Maybe they forgot, maybe they were a little frustrated. They did not need to use that to empty their hand, though. I mean, I guess you get another one back from the Lantern Fox getting hit if it's not chromatic coded, so maybe it doesn't matter to play there. Every game 2 is that moment, or every turn 2. That's what Mazer was saying earlier. Maybe you tuned in, right, for that? I don't know if I entirely agree. I like to believe there's enough flexibility for the game to swing in unpredictable ways, because it is a card game at its core. But Mazer does think that you can strongly predict the victor as early as turn 2, and the reason why is because everybody's playing the same mid-range style decks. There's not enough unique deck archetypes. Would the Wolf token have Veil after spawning? No, it would not. Prophet provides Veil to everything on the board when it's played as an opening gambit effect. Robno can do 9 damage and send the Dancing Blades away. Can actually do 12 damage face here if he wants to. It looks like he's killing a minion with the Tusk Boar. No, using his general to kill a minion. Oh no, that minion was gonna hit you regardless, right? And a Phoenix Fire went not face. So 5 damage was missed. Sieben could be down to 7 HP right now. And Rob would have 3, 4, 5, 6 damage threatening him. Razorback would kill you. I guess he couldn't take the risk of Razorback. Unfortunately, this Hearth Sister is probably going to kill you. There's 9 damage. Sieben needs 2 DPS. That is not 2 DPS. We do get a Lady Lock turn though. Unfortunately, missing out on Dream Gazer, although maybe you don't want to play it here. Interesting. Ooh. That was kind of risky. I don't know if I would have had the courage to do the Hearth Sister swap there. I feel like I would have been scared enough to want the extra provoke on Rob for the turn. Even at 3 cards. But Sieben securing lethal on the following turn by doing this. And Rob has no outs in hand. Rest in peace, Long. This Vanar deck getting carried away. We don't usually see Vanar do this in Team Wars. They currently have the lowest performance record, but 4-0 at the moment. Senile streamers need to send something in to deal with this Vanar. And it looks like we're going to see the mirror match. Maybe not a direct mirror, but Vanar will be coming in. Grinch Vanar versus Untitled Vanar. Grinch has a little bit of a spicier list here. So we have a couple of Bone Reapers, a couple of Dancing Blades, one copy of Zen Rui snuck in. I think we were joking with Kolos a couple casts ago about Zen Rui just randomly being in decks here and there. So he was deterred from running Sarlacc. A couple of Snowpiercers, one Spirit of the Wild, and a couple of Aspect of the Foxes. They're not as popular to run currently because nobody is using walls and whatnot to transform. I like Aspect of the Fox as long as you have Dancing Blade. I think 6 mana to delete any minion your opponent plays is very handy oftentimes. That's just me though. I still think Aspect of the Fox is a very strong card. I've also used Aspect of the Fox so many times to just power up low attack minions, like 2 and 1 attack to 3, and then Razorback for 5. To get lethal. So I still like it. Zen Rui for stealing your Bone Reaper after it gets Zen Rui'd, yeah. If you're gonna run Bone Reaper, I think you could make an argument that you have to run Zen Rui just in case. Is this Sieben goes first 5 times in a row? Vanar player? I think in the Vanar matchup you want to go second because he who goes second jaxes first on average, and he who jaxes first wins usually. So, but this is 5 matches in a row. We've seen Sieben first, has an amazing opener. Ghostlink Stream Gazer turn 1. I think the debate's still out on whether it's worth it to play Dreamgazer turn 1 with its ability, because it's so far out of the way, but if you're going to, you may as well play it with Ghostlinks to keep your hand full and have a bunch of stats on board. Bone Reaper or Cold Butcher is nice. That's just too much AoE, right? Grinch doing the oft forgotten, maybe not forgotten, but just a minion to deny the tile as player 2. It's not as popular of an opener anymore, sticking your Fenrir out like that. I think the B7, D7, so above or below the general, is becoming increasingly popular as an opener. Unless you're doing double 2-drop. Sieben went the ramp right away, so is this just Mystic Fenrir? Man, when Vanar has 4 minions on board turn 2 and you're Vanar, notorious for not having strong board clearing capabilities, only single target clearing capabilities. You get a pretty favorable trade with Fenrir Warmaster here, though. If you decide to fight off Ghost Links, you could play this slow, so Grinch has an opportunity to either approach or stay back. Their hand's a little awkward, though. You could hit the Healing Mystic with your Fenrir, and then use your Healing Mystic to revive it. Is it worth it to play the Hearth Sister, though? I don't know. You could just develop a second Fenrir. I don't think you play Razorback, though, in this situation. Alright, since he chose Mystic and not Ghost Links, I think we'll see Mystic heal that Fenrir. Yeah, and Hearth Sister to get Dream Gazer. So just trying to steady the playing field here, or balance the playing field. Yeah, if it wasn't this, it would have been probably the Fenrir. I like this turn, though. Sieben. Yeah, probably replace Rejuvenator. You don't need it. We could see some backline Rockies build up. Maybe. Grinch in desperate need of drawing jacks. Yeah, maybe. Grinch doesn't actually have jacks in their list, though. There's no jacks to be drawn. Yeah, they have trees. And Grinch's list is a very heavy minion list, so he wants to infiltrate and probably close out the game with a surprise Spirit of the Wild, or just get a lot of minion value with the Dancing Blades, the Bone Reapers, and Rui. But there is no jacks. GTs then. It's not necessarily over. Sieben is rocking double jacks in hand, though. Do they have Avalanche? No, no Avalanche. I don't think we've seen anybody play Avalanche in Team Wars. Kind of hard to justify that card, because if you play it once, the rest of the team that remains knows you have it. So it's just a dead card from that point on. Yeah, I think Avalanche is not terrible on ladder play. and maybe has niche tournament usage for like Flash Archon or other standard tournaments, but in Team Wars it's really not that good of an idea. You might get it off once, maybe, and then you will not get it off again. If Astral Crusader did its thing slightly differently so you could actually capitalize on abusing the position swap with the enemy, then it could be cool. Although a Mimi still. Astral Crusader used to be a replace minion. I actually think his ability might be better if it's a replace effect. Like when you swap the position of the generals, because that way you can dictate when to do it and when not to do it. It would be so much stronger. But anyway, it's just a random thought. You can see a decent clear happening here. Bringing in the Iraqi because Siben's content to just let it trade into this Fenrir if that's what Grinch wants. He needs to deal with it at some point anyway. Pretty impressive board for Sieben. Yeah, if Grinch isn't careful, he can deal with both Irakis should he choose the Chromatic Hold. Unfortunately, Grinch only has a Razorback to develop on this turn. The Lynx movement was a misclick. It meant to be out of range of Fenrir. I didn't even question it because it just, from Grinch's perspective, even though they could get a good trade there on the Lynx, it's not really worth leaving the other two problems up. So it's probably not a viable consideration to make. I'm surprised on the Razorback positioning. It just kind of gets donated to the other minions there. Sieben deciding to just punch it. It's go time. Why the hell not? We're playing Jack's Tree Site. Your board is destroyed. Your Vanar. Answer this. Grinch replaces in the Bone Reaper. Unfortunately, there's no Bone Reaper location that helps him kill an additional Jack. So I guess we're gonna play Tree, Ancient Grove. I don't think you Bone Reaper an aspect of the Fox because turning one of the Jaxies into a Fox means Heart's Sister Razorback hurts you more. This is what you like to see in your Vanar mirror. A showcase textbook example of Jack's Tree Site's dominance in the mirror. He can be worked around, you know? It can be worked around. It just takes some effort. Damn. Sieben has the one Hailstone Prison when he needs it. I mean, he's running 3 copies of it, but he's got it ready to go right when he needs it. So Hailstone Razorback, that is going to be 12, 15, 17, plus Heart Sister. Oh, he decided not to Heart Sister. Oh, he couldn't, right. Not enough mana to Hailstone Heart Sister. I think he's 1 off, 2 off. Four off. Need a Dream Gazer to hit. Grinch taps out. There's no coming back from that with their hand. They have trees and Bone Reapers. Oh shit. Are we gonna see sweep number 2 of the day? So they only have Abyssian left for Juve's disciples. You see why I'm laughing in a moment. I like this deck. More cheese, please. They were playing this last week too, I think. We have White Widow's Sarlacc Abyssian. I think that's a Singleton Deathfire Crescendo tacked in for maximum cheese. But yeah, pretty stylish list. If you don't have enough fun with Sarlaccs, just tack on White Widows as well for maximum good times as the Abyssian player. It's a little RNG dependent, this deck, but honestly, I think it's not horrendously bad at all. It's definitely capable of winning games and annoying the crap out of your opponent. I didn't mean to retransition, my bad. Get back in there. Double clicked. Okay. Sieben is not going first. 6 games in a row. Only 5 games in a row. Rob gets first. Don't know if that's gonna lead him to a reverse sweep. But I will be rooting for Rob here, just because why not? You know what? We'll remain impartial. Root for nobody. Complete sweep ink like perfect 6-0. That's correct. It is 5-0, as we can see on the top of the screen. Alright, Blood Tier opener. You are Abyssian, so Blood Tier, probably one of your best 2 drops to open with. Not a bad opener at all. I think we just see Fenrir come down. You can make a case for double Araki. Actually. I think you could have made a case for it. Especially since the Blood Tier is 1 HP, so you sacrifice the 1 Araki, but it'll trade. Heard it here first. Wings of Paradise rocks, so good with Nether. Wings of Paradise, definitely an underutilized option as far as 3 drops go. Then again, so is Oculus, in my opinion. Rob can do an aggressive wings placement if he really wants to demonic lure something. Otherwise, you can just backline Wings of Paradise here. Oculus sucks. I like Oculus. Oculus tends to make your opponent's turns kind of awkward, and that's all you need from your 3-mana card. Is to make your opponent go out of their way to answer it instead of developing. Huh. Doing Rejuvenator frontline instead of Wings. So on the one hand, this kind of hides the identity of Rob's deck a little bit, but on the other hand, I don't know if I like this as much. As Rob can lose their entire board. I guess they suspected Heart Sister with the Fenrir up really sucks, right? For the Wings of Paradise. I'm gonna make him have it kind of guy, but I think I can understand why we went Rejuvenator instead of Wings. Tired of Lady Locke. Lady Locke's still very strong. Oh, you didn't want to give a big Lady Locke in this set. I see, I see. Also, what is up, Grinch and Nate Slayer? Hello? Well, you're seeing Lady Locke even if you're tired of it. Going with a Rocky instead of Healing Mystic. I like it. Rob No is locked in a way that Bloodseer Alchemist is kinda useless unless we Dispel or Lure here. You can also... Well, I don't think you want to Ritual Banishing, right? So that's your entire turn to kill one minion. 1, 2, or 3 mana minion. You can get rid of, well, Dispel on Araki and then Bloodseer plus your general can clear out the Fenrir with Wrath. It sucks you can't develop this Wings of Paradise. Maybe you get a better 2-drop though. Ghost Links, something to work with, so we can Dispel Links now. Get a full hand at the end of the turn. You know, I'm kind of surprised Sebin played this way, actually, now I think about it. Because he just introduced the Abyss deck. I don't know if that was a hard read on Sebin's part for you to not have Grasp of Agony in hand, which you do have in the deck. I think a singleton copy of Grasp, so... Grasp of Agony would have been pretty nasty on that turn. Paid off for Sebin though. Would have needed Lure too. Well, they had 2 of those in hand. But yeah, true. Actually, no, yeah, they had Shroud. So Shroud Grass, and they just hit the Fenrir with Bloodseer. Would have terminated everything. I think we'll just see Emerald Rejuvenator. Oh, no, never mind. I'm too passive. Sebin is going to do damage. You know, I will say, Sebin has made amazing usage of the Razorback. I think in the last game it buffed Jax once to lead, but in the other 4 games, it's just done pretty much this. It's done small buffs on the minions on board, but they've been really handy. Like, those turns have been pretty advantageous for Sebin. Can we get a sick... No, I don't think we can. We can't do another summoning here. Not a good one anyway. That's rough for Rob. The double lure? You can clear the entire board if you use double lure and cash 4 more HP to the dude and your minion. But then Jax happens, as we can see. Small buffs. What's that? Adding raw attack onto your minions is good in Duelyst? That's crazy talk. We could see like a really defensive, yeah, ritual banishing instead. This is like equal to the double lure play. The difference being you keep a more useful lure around and you save 1 HP. Slight misplay. I think Rob missed 1 damage on to Sebin's general before killing it to deal with the Razorback. Could be relevant. He did, but to be honest, you were all on tilt. It's understandable. Steven and his damn Van are a deck going 5-0 at the moment. I can understand that there might be some tilt. On curve jacks coming down. Ah. Well, if you have a White Widow, you can maybe hit 2 jacks with White Widow and then whip a third. Only 8 HP left on Rob. Alright, here we go. White Widows revealed. I think you get rid of another summoning here. Yeah, you're not gonna benefit from that. You're in hyper catch-up mode. Okay. Well, Sieben took 1 bullet, so that sucks. We got Aethermaster, though, on the replace. It's kind of funny. You get to shoot 2 more times. I would still replace another summoning here. You're just not going to cast it. Sieben taking 2 shots for the team. Rob laughing about it. That actually could have been a really good comeback if Rob's Widow had hit 1 more jacks. Leaving 3 up kind of sucks. Oh, the Hailstones. The Hailstones have been destructive in this series. I have to give credit to Sieben for the choice of the Hailstone Prison in the deck. I don't know if that was done specifically because, you know, Senile Streamers tends to run mid-rangey lists instead of aggro-y ones, but the Hailstones have been on point throughout the set at deleting minions because the hand has been full. I don't even know what you do here at this point. How do you not die? 6 HP. You have a Shadow Dancer. I think Rob is just fucked. You didn't run the Hailstone versus Lizard Lovers. They don't play good minions. Is that what it is? They don't play good minions? What? That's crazy talk. How could they not play good minions? I think you mean good targets for Hailstone, right? Have I seen their record? I have. You believe it? I guess there's lethal here because Sieben is hitting buttons so fast. So it's two sweeps happening for week 6. Well played by all the players. I don't think Senile Streamers were like holding back there, but Sieben was really on top of taking them out. We don't need this screen, we need this screen. So that is 2 sets done. Yeah, feel free to join in. We are doing a 3rd set today because, well, you know, there were 2 6-0 sweeps, so we're going to cover a 3rd set as well. And it seems like Smarty will join me, but I'll get the introduction started. We have the eggs of Schizolanos Domosis versus the Rook and Rollers. So, on the side of the eggs for our 3rd set, we have Captain Lolly with Sun, Zohan, Cranky Panda, Kieran, and Kosvid. On their team. On the side of the Rook and Rollers, we have Captain Poncho Mongo with Tepid Kong, Henry Cater, Monk Business, Nicolarin, and Improbable Blob. So as far as standings go, as of week 5, Rook and Rollers are unfortunately out of the running for top 4. They simply will not be able to make it, but they are absolutely capable of influencing the development of the rest of this tournament. But with that in mind, Rook and Rollers, I think they're currently on a have fun streak. So I'm expecting to see some really hilarious decks come out from them. Just give me a moment to set that up. What do we have here? I see. Ooh, wait, hold on a second. I gotta unsplit my audio because I did not do that. Okay, now you can be heard. Hello, Smarty.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to this match. Rook and Rollers have been bringing exciting decks uh, in the past couple of weeks. I imagine that trend is likely to continue. And I don't know. I respect a lot of players on both teams. I'm very excited to see how this shapes out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the lists in action too. Rook and Rollers has been spicing up the formula for sure. And this seems to be no different. Actually, it looks like you're going to be maybe quite proud because I believe your creation is featured first and foremost. We have Bug Vitruvian Coward version coming from the Rook and Rollers. I did ask earlier when they sent this to me, I asked the captain, why is it Coward version? Is it because they have spells? And yes, it's because they added a bunch of spells in to make it actually competitive-ish.
So I want to raise a point, but actually, I'm not the person who invented this deck.
Oh?
McLaren is. McLaren
Oh.
posted a not finished deck list of 30 cards, and I just took the initiative. I added some more bug-ish cards and started playing it against streamers. So I have a lot of the people give me a lot of credit for it, but this is not my creation. This is McLaren's creation, and he deserves the credit for it and in all of its glory.
Oh, cool.
Um,
Sounds like it was kind of a team effort. He's even
I
asking.
also really like
Yeah, go on.
Team Egg's deck. Um, it's got a lot of spicy inclusions. One of Grasp, you love to see it. One of Pandora, also fantastic. One of Loremaster, just brilliant stuff.
So,
Legitimately a huge fan of this list.
one of Warlock as well, because why not? Am I seeing that correctly? I am seeing that. I like the name, 8 Ball Hours.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that's referencing for.
So I have some insider insight on Team Egg's approach to Team Wars, and it involves asking a Magic 8 Ball questions and pulling tarot cards to decide who they play. Um,
Oh, is that how that's going down? That's amazing.
yeah. So this is just probably something they've done to appease the Magic 8 Ball because this is the decision they've made without consulting it, I imagine, considering they're playing it first.
Awesome. All right, I will mention that when I was recording this set, it came off of the Songhai SquarePants set. I had gotten distracted at a moment, and I never changed the name on the top, so I'm gonna do a live edit. Just so you guys are aware anytime the name pops up. But this is the Rook and Rollers with Sun on the left. Another Abyssian lead. And I can't wait. Oh, yeah, it's some of the Oculus. Let's see how the Oculus does. Yeah, it's actually the Rook and Rollers, not Songhai.
Yeah, good opener from Sun, getting Araki down. It's just pretty strong. They're considering where to put it. I know from last night or morning for you, Mesa was a very strong advocate of putting it in the center.
Yes,
And I think here I'd probably agree.
Mazer loves center play.
I'm less aggressive about it than he is, I think. I think either opener is perfectly serviceable. But I do to a center tile, Mesa would be proud. And it's going to be good here, because Bug Vet is not particularly good at playing double 2-drops. And you don't really want to feed a Crimson Oculus to an Araki, so this Araki is going to get that mana tile. So we're shaping up for a really good turn 2 for Sun.
Yeah, the center tile play is going to work out in their favor. For Nicolaren's side, do we care about Araki enough on turn 1 to dispel it here? I'm not sure, personally.
I don't think there's any reason to dispel it now, because Siphon Energy is free, you can play it at any point, and the Araki can't hit anything right now, so you might as well wait to see what develops.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It could be a bit of an issue if they Demonic Lord, but they could just use their General to kill the Crimson Oculus if they did that. So there's, really no reason to Siphon right now. Better to save it.
I like the emote banter going down. All Nicolaren did was develop Oculus, and then Sun and him know that this is going to be a game to be had. Kind of threw away Araki, though. They really wanted to ramp the artifact into their hand, but Oculus will get a clean trade as a result. Move 2 down if they want to.
This is looking like a really strong turn from Nicolaran. If they develop Black Locust, that's threatening to snowball. Like, really, this is like the dream Bug Vet opener, basically.
Black Locust and no visible solution in hand for dealing with it on Sun's part. If we see some hype Black Locust play, that would be kind of amazing. Going for a slightly more optimal trade with the Oculus now. They don't know there's a Alsuan Lore Master in hand, but unfortunately that's gonna slow down Black Locust if Sun decides to do that. And I think they might. Their other cards in hand aren't looking the best, so a 2 and 3 makes sense, taking bottom mana tile.
Yeah, Sun is in an awkward position, because they spend 3 mana effectively to sort of not deal with a Black Locust. But it's the second one's going to stick, and the mid's going to start multiplying. This is the real, the strength of Bug Vet, basically, is against decks that aren't equipped to do, AoE damage on short notice, you can absolutely run away with games for Bug Vet. It's got a lot of very proactive snowbally threats, like Scarab as well, so you can actually overload your opponent's answers.
I just like the theming of this deck. I don't know how Nicolaran came up with this idea initially, and then you expanding upon it, but it's quite humorous to me. I was gonna say Sun could look at the Oculus for Dispel instead here, but choosing to not worry about the Oculus right now.
I think you have to Dispel a Locust. There's just so much threat and them multiplying quickly.
Yeah, I do agree. It's kind of like dealing with a Silithar Elder, but in the mid game. It's actually potentially terrifying to let that get out of hand.
And Nicolaran's got the best, one of the only actually good cards in the whole deck. Coming down this turn, the Scarab as well. So,
what do you mean? This deck is chock
Bug Vet
full
is
of
showing
good
up.
Cards.
Well, one of the positive sides of Bug Vet, which I guess Nicolaran isn't doing because he's got spells which he only has 1 or 2 copies of, but is that because you're only playing 13 different cards in my version, you're much more likely to replace into the good ones.
the strength of keeping
Okay.
all three ofs, right?
Yeah. But I mean, McLaren's deck is probably better for winning with things like answers and First Wish is a pretty good Duelist card. I understand.
The only thing better than Bug Vet is bigger bugs in your Bug Vet. I like the inclusion of First Wish, at least. I know you run like all minion Bug Vet, and you've taken out Chocobo with it on streams. So that's funny.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, I'm not playing in a very competitive setting when I play Bug Vet.
Right.
So I'm very committed to the idea that I am playing nothing but bugs. But I think McLaren's making a perfectly reasonable decision that, hey, I want these games to be interesting. I want actual Duelists to be played rather than just sort of a yes-no checklist of can you beat Black Locust? Can you beat Starfire Scarab? Can you beat War Talon? In that order. And I think that, that's admirable. So I'm a fan of the way McLaren set things up for this match.
And chat pointing out they're not a fan of Locust taking the top left instead of top right corner. I do agree. You left the 33% chance spawn of your bug not getting out of control is still. But otherwise, Sun getting Dancing Blade in the face of Starfire Scarab, so it can only do an unfavorable trade. Pretty decent turn from them. They're still managing at the moment. Nothing too crazy is going on.
This was a great turn by Sun. The Starfire Scarab can't blast the General and the Dancing Blades at the same time. And the way they're positioned, it's really hard to find a spot for that Black Locust to move to where it can be safe. There's just so much board control across these minions that the Scarab might need to just trade into the Dancing Blades this turn. I wouldn't be surprised if that was what was happened.
Looks like McLaren.
If that was what happened.
No. They want to keep the Dancing Blades. That means they might sacrifice the Black Locust now. Looks like Ward Talon's coming down. I don't know if they'll throw the Black Locust away to clear the Dancing Blades, but they could if they want to keep the 4/4 Scarab alive. Looks like they are choosing to do so.
Yeah. Still a good performance by Black Locust. It ate a couple of different answer cards and, dealt some damage to board. Traded into a 5-drop.
That Black
pretty
Locust
impressive.
Lasted 3-4 turns, so that's more than most cards in Duelyst, yeah. Now, War Talon...
Now War Talon's kind of a problem.
Not often seen, but I like War Talon with his proper effect working. He's pretty awkward to deal with in a lot of situations. It's awkward to deal with War Talon, and this is another one of those. Especially against the Abyssian. Oh, we do draw a Blood Tier, but we do not have a Night Star, so I guess we're gonna see... that's kind of rough. Do you lure War Talon away, or do you...
I think you have to, right?
Deal with Scarab now? Yeah, you could like lure Scarab and ping
so much damage.
It is gonna be a lot of damage.
Yeah, good call.
Alright,
McLaren is playing Astral Phasing, but does not have any in their hand. Yeah, well played by Sun. Making sure that the Scarab can't blast anything this turn. And we're heading into the 7 mana turns now for Abyssian, which is where stuff really gets exciting. And Bug Vet, unfortunately enough, runs 0 healing, I think. I haven't taken a look at McLaren's particular list. I don't believe there's many ways to not die to Abyss's sort of tide of burn.
No, that is correct. There is 0 healing present in the deck. No healing bugs. Hashtag Dream Sloth, please print healing bugs.
Yep, I'm very willing to get behind that. Any devs in chat, take note. Bug Vet has some serious issues as an archetype, but I think could be rectified very easily.
Insert additional tribal archetypes.
Yeah, just make Bug a
Just
tribe.
make
No,
Bug a tribe,
I think
yeah.
it's more fun that Bug Vet is not. There's no actual synergy. I think that's why it's so beautiful.
The aesthetic synergy carrying it to all the viability that it needs.
Exactly. I've been trying out a Bug Vet style Vanar deck, which is playing only four-legged creatures, which has been doing much better for me than Bug Vet, actually.
What else does Vanar have besides Crystal Cloaker comes to mind? Although, that's an actual, it's an actual six-legged bug, I think.
Yeah, I'm not playing Crystal Cloaker, but
No!
I've got, like, Frostborn Rhino, Arctic Displacer.
Oh, okay. So it is it's four-legged animal Vanar. Yeah. Quadrupedal Vanar.
Borean Bear, a 2-drop with 4 legs, very important. So the positioning by McLaren, playing around Nova, pretty standard stuff. It's gonna be awkward though. Actually, Sun's turn isn't great. The Revenant can like hit into a Scarab and kill it, but then it'll die to the other Scarab. And normally, when you're playing Bug Vet, your opponent's going to get 2 procs off every Revenant, so that's kind of a win.
Yeah,
but it's still not looking great for McLaren.
Must be a huge bane to the Bug Vet strategy under normal circumstances. That first wish made the Shadow Nova really irrelevant, not to mention the positioning, because you couldn't nail the one guy. Ooh. Oh, Astral Phasing. The Scarab can hit the General too.
That's pretty strong.
Alternatively, you can Astral Phase your Talon and clear the board. I think I would do that instead, because Talon, will do 4 damage to the enemy. It's like a Revenant. Oh, I think this is a missed opportunity.
I agree, but it's tough, right? Yeah. Having an Astral Phasing Scarab is so good. It's so hard to deal with. And the Wind Strike blocks the General from getting it, so Night Star Assassin is less of a problem. And the War Talon sort of zones them away from your General, hard to trade into.
I was gonna say, I can understand going with this line of play because the Scarab is at full health, so Night Star is not gonna delete it, unlike Talon, who would not be in the same situation. If you're Sun at this point... Wow, replacing Blood Tier. What? No way.
You're just looking to kill, I think. They're on the burn plan.
Yeah, I was thinking we go burn strats, but just in case you get a Night Sorrow, you could alleviate the problem here a little bit. Actually, they're kind of
their whole hand is damaged, right?
Yeah. I think... I'm not sure what I would do. I guess Nova Face.
I think it's a pretty safe. Just Nova, run away with both of your things. Make sure the War Talent can't get anything done. Bug Vet is not known for its ability to do burst damage, although McLaren is playing Time Maelstrom. So maybe that's a bit risky.
Time Maelstrom would close things out, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, just setting up 2-turn lethal makes sense.
This does make sense. You haven't seen any healing yet, too. You're taking 8 damage no matter what you do on that turn. The only thing you can really answer reasonably is either the Talon or the Shrike. You can't do anything about the Scarab at this point with that hand. So doing Nova, setting up lethal makes a lot of sense.
And that's just the game. The Clarion can't stop the next. Oh wait, actually. Oh no, Blood Tier. Yeah. Good play by McLaren though, making sure that the next Nova can only do 6 damage.
Yeah, when facing off against Abyss, if you haven't been Nova'd yet, it can be a really good idea to keep your general in the middle for the first one, because the second one will be severely reduced or slightly reduced, depending on where you're standing. You're not often in the back like this, I guess. Oh, it's so cool to see these Ward Talons come down, but we know that they're not going to do anything.
Playing with War Talon has made me think that like it's not as atrocious as you might expect. I've not put it in any list I've actually been trying to win with, but I wouldn't strongly disagree with somebody who did, which is very different to how I would have approached a card before playing Bugbear.
I've been playing Talon in the Mag more or less, because I just want to live the dream once of Flash, Vindy, Talon, Dire Tide Frenzy. Just
That's
once.
pretty great.
It's
pretty great.
Alright, well played by both sides. It's cool to see the Bug Vet list, but Abyssian takes the game 1 thanks to the Power Nova and no healing on the Bug Vet side. So, coming in next, we have a Lionar list, and a refreshing one at that. This might make chat happy. It's not Helionar. It's Tony the Tiger, a Skywind Glaives Zeus style Lionar list. This is a very strong list. You don't see it too often though, because Helionar is all the rage right now, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I'm excited to see how it plays. I think in board list, Jay played something similar on day 2.
Was Lionar getting used on day 2? I thought it was like Vanar
No.
that tournament.
He played Fatigue Lionar day 1, and then like a similar deck to this on day 2. I think he was trying to get people to sideboard against Fatigue and then get them with an aggro deck, which worked on me, so can't complain too much. Okay.
Quinch raises a decent query. No Regalia in this list. Regalia has a cute synergy with Dreamgazer some of the time. I don't think it's really necessary. No healing at all in this list too. Like absolutely no healing cards. How Lionar
I think they heard that Lionar was bad press, so they've swung the other way. That's my guess. 2 decks so far and no healing. We'll see if that trend continues.
I have the maximum respect for the Rook and Rollers for this decision, no matter how it turns out in the end.
Absolutely. I am a little disappointed they're doing so badly, because I voted for, we did like a poll before Team Wars started, you know? I think, was it you who ran it?
I didn't run it, but I let it happen, yeah. Someone ran it.
And I voted for the Rook and Rollers to win the whole thing. And, well, now that's actually impossible, so...
That is not going to happen, yeah. But they can
Hey, this is a reasonably good start, right?
On whether or not Teus gets to pull through as well. And yeah, I'd say this is a good start. Two guys down. We got the Dreamgazer Replace Opener. Excellent follow-up. I mean, when you're running a deck with this much low curve, your early turns are going to look glorious on average.
Imagine if I had a Skywind Glaives in hand.
Oh, do you set up Skywind Glaives right away? I guess so.
No, but imagine the power of it later.
To answer you, Grinch, they do have 2 Holy Immolations. 2 Immos, 2 War Surge, and 3 Martyrs round out the spell slots.
Okay, so Holy Immolation and Martyrdom are healing cards technically, so not that
Oh,
committed.
we have
Okay, Split
the
Opener by Sun, I like it.
very rarely
Very safe.
seen split opener on player T's side.
I think it's good here because you don't get close to the Komodo Scavenger with your general, which is good if they do have Skywind Blades. And if they want to use it, just grab a mana tile and don't buff it somehow. The Iraqi can just sort of gobble it up next turn.
Damn, this War Surge is
This is a good War Surge,
pretty
yeah.
strong. Having that Dream Gazer available really makes the turn stand out. What do you do as Sun? We can kill one thing here. You could copy War Surge if you want to. I don't think you do that.
I think that's pretty bad, yeah.
I don't think you can even get a good value on this grasp yet. If you want to deter your opponent, you could like grasp and then copy it, set it up in advance to make your opponent's next turn really awkward.
I think that's probably showing your hand. Like, Grasp is going to be good against this deck, basically no matter what, because it's just playing so many minions, right?
Yeah.
Poncho Mango just does not have the capability of continuing to play around it. And having like Grasp, Elsu, Grasp or something could be really strong.
I think this is the most reasonable turn here. You just kill one thing with Night Sorrow.
Yep. Yeah, I like it. Nice and simple.
If I was Poncho Mango, I would consider doing 8 damage here.
It's a lot of damage.
Spiral technique, let's go.
I agree, actually, because you could block the Iraqi from hitting your big provoke with your general. And like, normally that's scary because you're taking a bunch of damage from Iraqi. But in this situation, I think you are the beatdown. You are the one trying to kill them rather than traditional Abyss way, which is that they are trying to kill you.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the early game is where Abyss is at their weakest. This is the time to go in.
We'll see what actually happens. This Martyrdom might change things. You could do like Silverguard Knight and Martyrdom on the Iraqi. Get a good clear.
I think you can make a decent case for, since we replaced into a Windblade, we can now do a 2 and 3, and it's pretty strong development as well.
Oh yeah, that too. Lots of good options. Oh dear. Okay. So this is... Oh no.
Dream Gaze is
This is looking a lot like a double grasp. If the Dream Gazer goes forward, double grasp for War Master actually gets kind of scary.
Okay, the Dream Gazer avoided making too terrible of a grasp.
Okay. No, that's much better. That's much better against this grasp. Very heads-up play by Poncho.
So, Sun, you can choose to, I guess, Dancing Blade, trade a Silverguard, throw away Iraqi. It doesn't, it's not fantastic, but you get some board back in your favor. You could,
Yeah, this is hard.
Yeah, if you're
At any point, if Poncho Mango draws a Skywind Blades, the game will just end, basically. It's going to be so much damage.
Skywind Glaze, and there's no way to get out of range of all the other minions currently. That's the... very precarious. I honestly can't, like, in my head, justify doing any other play besides Dancing Blades on this turn.
Yeah, I like Dancing Bladesing the Dream Gazer and then killing the Komodo Scavenger with Iraqi. Because that way you keep the Iraqi alive to be used later. The Dancing Blades means that it's not just easily accessible over general. They've got to trade some board into the Dancing Blades first. And generally just sort of stems the bleeding, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what Sun's doing too. I like this line of play as well. That preserves the minion. You're either way, you're vulnerable to a lot of face damage. So right now we have 13, 16. Can't play everything
Wow.
out of hand,
Yeah.
but
Oh, there's a tiger. This is a kind of awkward turn for Poncho, actually.
I don't know. I think
Martyrdom
against
and
Abyssian
Silverguard, I
and
guess?
Ejude Tiger, I would pull the trigger. I would go all in face. 16 damage face is just so much damage.
I think you've got to clear. Abyssian, they've got Void Pulses. You know they're playing Mystics and Rejuves. Like, that's just scary stuff.
No,
But, I mean,
they would
either play
still
I
be
think is
locked
good.
down, yeah. We'll have to see what's happening here. Alright, maybe do all in, but Silverguard kills the Dancing Blade. Yeah, I like this too. It's almost all in.
Oh, yep. That's pretty cool. And now Holy Immolation is the most recent spell played for any Lore Masters that might be coming down. This is a good play, actually. I really like this line. Very smart. Way better than what I was thinking.
Alright, it's done. How do we get out of this? I'm actually looking to replace the one blood tier. They could come in handy though.
There's a Glaives. And a Tiger. That's doing a lot of damage next turn. But this Grasp, actually,
This grass
you
can,
can just
clear
full
everything.
clear with the Araki.
Yeah, with Araki.
I mean,
you can
you
heal
play
up.
a Rejuve, you block, you run away. Oh no! I'm showing my bias here. I'm sorry. But this is a fantastic play by Sun. This is so good.
You can choose to get that back and only go with Healing Mystic if you're feeling sturdy enough. Sun is thinking about that instead.
And this Healing Mystic, oh, this is not looking good. Especially since we're going to get an Elsuan copy of Grasp. I'm interested to see why to consider maybe getting a copy of Holy Immolation instead. Slightly harder to play around.
You could have Alsuin first, and then did the whole play. They have Holy Immo.
But I think this is fine. You're staying alive. Poncho's in kind of a rough spot.
Poncho needs to decide if they keep that pressure going on. You can Silverguard. I don't think you want to use Tiger up here.
Yeah, it's a toughie.
Could Silverguard Glaives and just kill the Healing Mystic, but you might be susceptible to, well, Shadow Nova keeps the Abyss in range, so it actually might be worth it to do Silverguard Glaives. We are not playing Silverguard.
Silverguard, interesting.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised by that. Going for a full clear instead with Komodo Charger as their developed minion.
Having the Skywind Blades like on your general is pretty good because it means that like more Tigers are a lot of damage, and if they start pinging you to get rid of the Glaives, they're not killing your 6/3. Ideally, I mean, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I like equipping the Glaives there, no matter what minion went with it. Very close-knit match. Sun has healing opportunities, so we can do.
I'd say a lot of these,
passive
like
turn.
these games have been very interesting so far. These first two.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see some new stuff getting played. I mean, not new, but different from the norm as well. It's a real treat.
I do think it's very sad that the Rook and Rollers haven't been doing as well. Uh, Given, like it's one thing to see all these exciting decks, and I mean, so far they've been having a pretty bad time of it. But imagine seeing an exciting deck and winning with it, and they're getting really close.
The Rook and Rollers are definitely, speaking of which, I forgot to put my thing on. no pushovers at all. They come very close to winning a lot of the matches that they end up losing. But just something hasn't been working out for the team. They haven't been able to pull through on any set wins. I wasn't sure what Sun would do there. Pulsing. Yeah.
This is a great play. It knocks the... Oh, it doesn't knock the glaives off. Sorry, I can't count. But it, there's a little box stopping Argion from getting 21.
I wasn't sure if they would have just used the lure there and then hid in the corner.
Tiger Immo is lethal, right?
It might be.
They don't have it.
That's 9 and 3. That would be lethal.
Did they replace into it?
They only have 2 in the deck, not 3, so there's only 1 left.
They've played 1.
Yeah. Not as easy to find.
Not quite. Not quite.
Alright, well, with this being the circumstance, Tiger can at least trade into Rejuvenator, I suppose. It would be too scary. It would be suicidal to like double up on the Skywind Glaze, right?
I think so.
And hit face or something.
Maybe you just gotta say, I hope they don't have it, and go in. Because like you're not winning a longer game against Abyss. You just gotta hope they don't have it this turn. We can see that they do have it, but
yeah, they've got it. Poncho made the right call early on. Unfortunately, grass was there when grass was needed.
Oh yeah, this is just lethal.
Yeah.
His Prophet does not block grass damage.
With the grass damage, so that's going to be 7 in general hit. If you hit the Ghost Links, you get a full clear.
Yeah, because Grasp of the Undying gives the minion a dying wish. It is not technically spell damage, and so Prophet does not block it.
Minion damage coming in handy. Yeah, way to survive. Well played by both sides. I like the aggression of the Tony the Tiger deck, but it didn't quite work out there. Moving on to game 3, we're seeing a matchup that a lot of people thought we would see earlier on. Didn't happen because of player circumstances, but Songhai into Abyssian. Something a lot of people expect. And we have the mascot in the deck. I'd love to see it. This is the Rook and Rollers minion high. No,
so
Lantern
I must confess,
Fox, no Phoenix Fire. Yeah, go on. What are we confessing?
I was watching this game live. I was spectating as they played, and their opening hand was perfectly. I guess we'll see it in a bit, but I love the way that the deck gets revealed over time in this game.
Like a story arc happens.
Yeah, it was very much an enjoyable experience for me, and I like the deck. I mean, Backstab, Planar Scout, and Rook. There's a lot going on, and I don't think it's optimal, but I do think it's sweet. And if that's not how the Rook and Rollers are building the decks, I don't know. I don't know by what other maxim they could possibly be doing it.
I can respect the full Backstab package. I am surprised by the decrease in spells, but we'll see how it turns out.
See, look at this opener. They've got a Tuskboar, a Mystic, and a Saberspine Seal, I think. Perfectly normal.
Yeah, the deception for the intro. This is just your regular Songhai experience, son. Nothing to worry about.
And a Mist Dragon Seal, yeah.
Sun will be happy to have their healing mystic. So far, everyone's on point with their turn 1 opening plays. Not too much to remark on in that regard.
This is actually looking to be a really good turn 1 from Improbable Blob. She can play Boar and trade into their into the Sun's 2-drop, and then heal it, which is like an absolute nightmare for a lot of decks to deal with. We'll see if that's what shapes up this match.
I feel like Boar into Mystic is disgusting. Almost so good that it makes considering Mystic for most Songhai decks a strong consideration, maybe.
Absolutely. Obviously, Spell High doesn't really have room. I also don't like this Mystic positioning against Tuskboar. Going here means that they can play a boar down onto a mana tile, like onto the top mana tile. I guess it matters less. Oh, they're just not doing it anyway. Oh. It matters less because of the healing Mystic, so you're not trading into the boar anyway.
Yeah, I've often commented about going against Songhai, not taking center as your opener just to play around the boar. But we continue to see this line of play in the Team Warriors sector, at least.
Rook and Roller's having a great team-wide discussion about where to put a healing Mystic, I imagine.
I feel like I would take the center tile, right?
I agree, but I think both are reasonable.
Oh.
This way is slightly better against like grass plus blood tier.
Oh, Sun's turn not looking so hot. I think we're hitting the boar.
Shrouding a Tuskboar is really not where you want to be.
Hit the boar and whip it, maybe.
Yeah.
Good tempo shroud.
Planar Scout. Hey, look at this perfectly normal Songhai deck, except it's got Planar Scout.
This Planar Scout, was it a one of? I didn't check.
It is a one of.
It is a one of. This is the Rook drop off device or whatever.
Yes, absolutely. Also, Planar Scout and Juxtaposition is a pretty strong is a combination of cards that has synergy, because you can play a Planar Scout wherever you want, and then swap it with whatever you want it to swap with. Generally, a big enemy minion. The
day a decent airdrop neutral is printed, or if Songhai gains an airdrop minion for some reason, could actually become terrifying to a degree. But for now, we'll have to rely on Planar Scout for those operations. Poor Planar Scout gets replaced.
Yeah, this is not the time for Planar Scout. I wonder if you just play Killing Edge here and have at it. That's what Blob seems to think. Oh.
I think it's okay. 6 damage. Of course, because you're fighting Abyssian, you're gonna hope you don't see Night Sorrow Assassin as a response, but it is what it is. Gotta make do with what your hand gives you sometimes. Yeah, Rook ramp? Unfortunately for Sun, they're like, God damn it, I'm dying. I only have shrouds to put down.
Yes, Sun's draw has been awful. Especially given how good Blob's start was. So that sort of shapes up to see why that Sun is 10 health down and behind on board. On what is his 3rd turn?
This is game 4.
Songhai really has no chill.
No, game 3. This is game 3. Sun's starting this. Clever. The tarot cards are not prepared to make a proper read on the Rook and Rollers, so they're starting to go haywire, or the 8-ball.
That's true, actually. The Rook and Rollers have admirable counterplay to future sight, which is normally something I'd imagine is quite strong in card games. By just playing completely crazy stuff. that is impossible to predict.
Tempo Shroud.
Oh, if they ramp into
down.
Rook, it's just gonna run into the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, sadly we can't like do anything cool with the Rook, and he won't be in a relevant position right off the bat.
You still got to do it, right?
I would do it.
You got a Juxposition.
I would do it.
You can get it back in
you
later.
Have a Jux, yeah. I would absolutely just ramp out the 7/7 for the stats. It's kind of funny that you just play Rook and he runs off. Or you could put him behind you, and he's kind of in a relevant spot.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, Miss Dragon. Wait, they replaced
Wow.
Juxposition?
Yeah, I'm surprised by that.
Oh, they just aren't ramping into Rook.
What? Rook and Rollers? How? I know they want to save it for. You need value from it, right? It's a dignity thing.
Do you? It's
Yes.
a 7/7. Okay, I mean, that's true. Like, ideologically, yeah, probably, actually.
Yeah. I definitely would have played.
I mean,
Rook
next turn, they might ram it
for
into an
sure.
Ephemeral Shroud.
Value?
That's value.
Sun gets a pretty nice dancing blade here. I'm sure they don't mind. They're getting low, so they might be a little terrified, but... Actually, because they're getting low, maybe you do Rejuve Void Pulse. I'm not sure.
I think Rejuve Void Pulse makes a lot of sense. Like, 10 health against Songhai? There are a lot of ways to die at 10 health against Songhai. I'm just excited to see where the the Ephemeral Shroud ends up, because that's where Rook's going to end up, probably.
Yeah, I think just towards the mana tile because it's open.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they're playing around Rook. They put the Rejuve somewhere else. Could have been Rooked.
Cursey Dancing Blades for ruining Rook's potential.
That's true. Dancing Blades. The poor Rook and Rollers being... They're playing around a card that Rook and Rollers aren't even playing, and accidentally playing around a card that they are playing.
Yeah, funnily enough, the Songhai deck has been drawing in a way that we have not seen any of the Backstab suite get developed yet. I don't think. And we still have not seen any of Backstab minions.
Okay, it's got to be Rook. Nope, there's still like, we need more. We need more from our Rook. Oh.
It's certainly
This
building
is
up
aggressive.
to a good Rook play.
Well, the issue is that they're running into their side of the board.
Yeah, I was just thinking the unfortunate consequence of what's being done here, which this is a pretty good turn, but you're leading them away from Rook.
Although, actually, this is brilliant. This is why they're playing Rook in this deck. It's because if you play around Rook by running to the right side of the board, then Backstab's really good against you. Like, the synergy is...
Oh yeah, this is a Backstab list.
Well, you see the Scarlet Viper now. That card's pretty good. It's like 6 damage inner focuses.
This is genius.
You think 0 mana deal 3 damage with a Tuskor is broken. Just you wait. Oh, another Rejuve.
We gotta survive as
tradition.
long as we can.
Absolutely.
Gary Songhai is getting their board back.
And Spiral Technique is like a threat now. Always want to... If you ever can against Songhai, you should stay above Spiral Technique range. Because it's very annoying to lose to that.
Yep.
Replacing Rook! Oh no!
I'm feeling a little cheated here, Rook and Rollers.
Same.
How could you possibly replace your mascot character like that? saving Rook.
I like
It's
this
not
play
his
by them, though.
time. Yeah, this is a good play. I agree. I don't know about the Scarlet Viper placement though. There's like no reason not
to play around
put it in
Nova.
the corner. Yeah, I can
So it
understand
can't
playing
get hit by
around
Nova.
Nova, but Nova won't kill it. It's 5 HP. But now Revenant can hit it. If it's in the corner, it
That's
can't
a
be
good point.
Revenanted.
Yeah, and that's probably what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, I think so. You can't leave that
Ugh.
Viper
Yeah,
up.
maybe cornering it was better just because there was no mana for a blood tier follow-up or anything.
Yeah, I think we just see Revenant and everything gets cleared. Sun gets a little breathing space. I gotta say, Rook and Rollers and Probable Blob was doing a pretty amazing job at keeping the pressure up, all things considered, but this might be what Sun needs to peer through the clouds, so to speak.
Yeah, I'd say now Blob is very, very, very far behind. They have nothing on board. There's a Revenant in their face. Their hand has a Repulsor Beast. Can make the Revenant go away, but not great. Oh, not great for putting pressure on.
Do you send...
There's a Rook, but they can't play it this turn.
Do you send the Revenant to the top left so you can Rook it later, and then walk to the right?
Maybe. I think that's greedy. They're likely to present something else for you to Rook.
Yeah, yeah.
And now, like, if the Revenant becomes relevant again, you've probably lost the game. The game's gone on for too long. So, might as well.
And since they decided to send Revenant to the top right corner, I'm a little surprised they didn't just develop safely. They didn't have to hit that Rejuvenator.
I think they're of the mindset of, hey, we've got to put as much pressure on as we can, and like if they have kills on us, that sucks. But that's what we've got to do, right? We can't give them any more time to draw their cards for the matchup.
You are right. We are dealing with Abyssian. The inevitable end game is going to be coming with their power cards. For Sun here, I see no reason not to do Shadow Nova.
Seems like a pretty good Nova.
Can hit General's face, take out a Mystic, just trade your Rejuvenator into another Mystic. Maybe if... What is the spell on the stack? Is it Void
That's
Pulse
a good
still?
question.
They know what it is. They're going to get it back. Oh no, it's Juxtaposition. Right.
Oh boy.
The Juxta was played.
That is really scary. Yep, look at that.
Oh man, that was actually a really good play. I like this infinitely more. Props to
L2 and Warmaster
Sun
showing up.
for paying attention to Juxta being on the stack. Oh, right, it's right there. No, that was just casted. Yeah, it was off the list.
And now, I mean, you can Rook and clear the Facial Revenant. Because it's got only 1 health.
Oh man, is this the time for Rook?
Oh, you can get a long distance Rook. That's a good point. Oh, they don't want to.
That's just the one
Yeah,
day.
I'm just saying. Hope you don't have any burn, because if you do, we're dead. But if you don't, we're setting up for lethal next turn. Unfortunately, Sun has burn.
Yep, Sun has the damage. Well played. Probable Blob definitely made Sun work for that victory, but they were able to outlive the pressure.
I am glad Rook got played at least once.
I'm
That would have
also
been
glad
really
we got
tragic
to see
if
the
that hadn't
Rook.
happened.
It's heartbreaking watching him be replaced there. So with Songhai down, 3 decks left. We are that's the wrong one. She's in Magmar. The Magmar list seems a little closer to standard norms than their other lists. We have Keep, Locked, Spell. I don't know what the spell part's for.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, this is a reasonably standard Magmar deck. They've got keepers, which are not very common, but everything else is pretty usual for the sort of swarmy decks. Dreamgazer also not necessarily seeing much play, but the Lady Lock Phalanxar sort of combo has been driving a lot of Magmar players towards these sort of lower curve decks.
You know, Dreamgazer with Phalanxar and Ladylock, I'm surprised this isn't more common approach on a ladder at the moment. It's definitely not widely popularized for Magmar to do that. But that's a lot of board
I think a lot of the issue with
presence.
Dreamgazer and Magmar is that it dies to Spirit Harvester. And so it can actually kind of make your turns more difficult. You've got to endeavor ways where you don't just randomly lose 2 life. You've got to block off where it could spawn before you replace it sometimes. And that can be a lot of work.
There is a little bit of balancing to be done if you're going for like a value approach to your deck and you want to run Harvester as well, just in case. But I think you can work with the two if you just strictly use Harvester as a catch-up mechanic.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like when a Harvester is on the board, you need to be careful with how you replace Dreamgazer, and that can put some points towards not playing it. And instead playing cards that you can, even replace safely without a Spirit Harvester on the board.
Yeah, very good point.
Good opener for Rook and Rollers. Phalanxar turn 1. It's a classic.
We'll go in Primus Fist
Better than
instead.
Windblade. Primus Fist, take a mana tile, would be better. Yep. Nice.
I think with the triple veteran in deck, I do like diagonal opener, especially if you're running veteran, because turn 2 veteran is very strong. Sun also has a very strong opener. Might even be compelled to just put the Iraqi forward with Primus. Maybe Primus above.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be shocked to see basically any combination of cards here. Luring a 2-drop is pretty good. Stops him from ramping into 4 next turn.
I would be a little surprised to see Iraqi lore, but not Primus lore.
Okay, Iraqi lore would be a little strange, yeah. But like, it's still kind of good. If they don't have a blood tier, it's a reasonably high threat, right?
I think it's okay to stick out there.
But looks like Primus Fist is coming down. Get us a 4 attack Iraqi. It's kind of big.
That's like their own Phalanxar, almost. Not quite.
Yeah, this one can move too.
Lure is too good versus Harvester. Yeah, I would probably save the Lure. I think double 2. That's what I would do all the time there. And your Iraqi gets out of Nat's select range, so it'll likely see some value here.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't that many 2-drops with 4 attack. Tragically, I can think of one. But no, natural select not gonna kill the Iraqi this turn, I think.
Does Chakri Avatar count half the time?
That's true. Yep. Chakri Avatar, Windblade, Phalanxar, an esteemed club.
And Crystal Cloakers. That's like half the 2-drop pull away. Maybe. Not half, but...
Okay, replace into a Mecantor. Classic. Ooh, interesting. Just develop a Phalanxar in their face. I like it. If they try and move up to take the mana tile with anything, the Phalanxar can get in the way, unless they block it with the General. But then it's it's going to be able to hit the General. Kind of scary.
Yeah, I don't mind doing
this is a good turn from Sunrow.
If you don't care about your Phalanxar being in Narnia, you could have played it first and then that selected the Primus Fist as well.
I think it's better to save the natural select. The Primus Fist is probably going to get traded into something, or like it'll die to a Spirit Harvester later. And Phalanxar being miles away sucks. It takes so long for it to get places.
That is very true.
And it can be really hard to play around Grasp with Phalanxar as well. You don't have much leeway in your positioning with it.
A little bit. Well, I mean, I think you just do a minion trade here. You upgrade your Primus to.
I think you trade both things in, and you heal your general.
Yeah. There's just no other option here. You could lure, I guess.
Thinking about positioning, right, makes a lot of sense. I imagine that's why they're sort of stalling out.
You're right, they could have done a split here if they wanted to. You could also just block one tile and try and secure it for yourself. Which is what we're going for. Nat select immediately coming down.
Oh yeah, I mean...
We shall delete this.
Goodbye, Rejuve. Yeah, Nat select, play a Silithar, seems pretty good.
I like it. The Magmar way of coming back into the game, or swinging things to their side.
Yeah, Sun will, like, if they don't play around Dancing Blades, Sun will be able to clear it, but I imagine, you know... Actually, I shouldn't say anything yet. We'll see if Niclaran does. Wouldn't want to see the expectations.
Yeah, I was gonna say the consideration right now is where exactly do you put the Silithar? And there's probably merit to denying the mana tile, but your Silithar is gonna be either open or out of position if you do that.
I like this. Most of this index, ones that aren't playing Vorpal Reaver, don't really have much reason to want to ramp to 6 mana. And this way, you are threatening to play a Mechantor Warbeast next turn by using your Silithar to take the tile. I probably would have put the Varth and the Silithar one back, but that means that if they just run away, the Silithar can't get to them. So this positioning is also fine.
Yeah, I do like this positioning as well.
Also, Archon, even post-nerf, still very good against Abyss. Makes their life pretty difficult. Night Sorrow Assassin change has made that slightly less so, but still like a strong card in this matchup.
We've seen Archon doing some amazing work last week. The power of it that you can't see when you can't see your opponent's hand, but that we could see. Archon was life-saving on one of the previous matches we recorded. Sun has a fairly awkward turn here. Looks like we're just going for a tempo Dancing Blade for stats.
It's a 4/6, right? That's pretty big. Might as well.
Respect the Mechantor as well.
Makes sense. I mean, the way Niclaran set it up to, like, say, I'm going to be able to take the Mana Tile next turn, very strongly implies that they've got a Mechantor in their hand.
I agree.
So
it's a good tell to respect here. Now, Niclaran, you can get a nice 2/5 development if you want to like drop a Silithar up top. Take both mana tiles. Although, I don't know if you can get this Archon out and keep it away from the Dancing Blade.
You can. So if you move the Silithar down onto the bottom mana tile, and then you go up with Varth, play the Silithar on the tile, and then the Archon to the diagonal bottom left of the tile, the Dancing Blades can't reach it.
Right.
The Archon will always be able to reach Cassiva as well. Well, like, you can body block, but that's what the play I would expect to see. It's kind of sad. You are feeding one young Silithar into the maws of a vengeful son, but it is a lot of stats on board, and you are making their lures worse. You're meaning that they can't play Nova the turn after next. It's just a lot of pressure to put on.
Nice triple Mystic in hand, looking very green and pink.
It's a good skin. Not my skin of choice, obviously, but all the Mystic skins are great. Big fan.
What do you do as Sun here? Can clear the Silithar at the bare minimum, but then we stay in range of the Archon, which might not be the worst thing in the world. I guess you want to continue thinking about that Mecantor possibility you played around on the previous turn.
I wouldn't be shocked to see like a lure on the Archon. I mean, just Elsuin to grab that lure again. Like just put it far away. But also a bunch of Mystics seems pretty good. Yeah, and positioning such that the general has to trade into the Dancing Blades if they want to kill it with Mecantor as well.
Yeah, you get a full party heal here.
Yeah, good positioning by Sun. Mecantor is like not particularly devastating anywhere, and all of these Mystics are close enough to the action to have an impact.
Yeah, with this positioning, what did we do on Nick Lauren's side? I think you could make a case to maybe also double Mystic. Like hit with the Archon, spruce it back up. Archon can be down left one, so it's out of range of Dancing Blades.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised.
We might get into an interesting standoff here, just due to the situation.
Yeah. These have been some really like difficult positions where like the right play has been really hard to spot. Like as in it's hard to identify something as like objectively correct, which is super cool. I really like games like this.
Like Lauren could smork it up if they want, which it looks like they might consider doing. I was thinking
I think
they
the risk
could
of smorking it up is that Abyss is also pretty smorky.
We're going all in.
Actually, I kind of like this. They can't Nova you this turn because of the Archon, so you don't need to position around it. So you can sort of just bunch up and surround Cassava, because normally one of the things that stops you from just killing an Abyssian is the fact that you can't just clump up on their general, because they can Nova and clear a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, they have a rare opportunity here to do what we're seeing. It's a little scary just because the Abyssian player gets some good trades in return. They're down to 11, but Mecantor's dead on board.
There's no
the young
burst in
Silithar is
McLaren's
dead
hand.
on good board. Yeah, that's another point too. McLaren doesn't have any because their deck is designed to play for value, they don't have a lot of out of hand. I think Mecantor is about it and Blood Tier Alchemist.
Yeah, I think they might have like overextended. Because it's kind of scary being next to Magmar and being at 11, but if the Magmar can't actually do anything about it, doesn't matter how scary, like it doesn't matter how afraid the opponent is. It's not like Sun can do anything about it, so he's just got to put up with it. And in this case, that's going to end up with a pretty great position for him.
Well, with this turn of events, we get a nice Spirit Harvester. I was wondering if Sun would have had the nerve to hit the egg with the Revenant and force a Metamorph
That would have been
be
hype.
on hand.
That's very bold, because if you do that, don't you just die to because Yarkon has 6 attack, right? You're just gonna die to an next Mercantor.
Yeah. Maybe.
Probably a bit greedy. Would be fun. I would have been excited to see it, but probably not the sane play.
You could hit the egg and kite the Archon. Right, they could have set it up in a way that the Revenant was blocking Archon. That's why I was thinking about the play.
No, they could get further away from the Archon, like then it could walk. I don't think they could have blocked it, but they just wouldn't be in melee range. In which case, yeah, that would have been pretty good.
Right. Oh, Metamorph getting replaced. Nope, Phalanx are getting replaced.
Makes sense. Phalanx is past its used by date at this point. Oh. Ah.
I think the Mystic is preferred over
pretty good
Phalanx
harvester.
here. Yeah, very good harvester. Could have just switched the ordering so that Mystic is next to the
play
general.
around Nova a bit better.
To play around Nova. Yep.
That does make Grasp better, though.
You
could Grasp and then Ping.
Never easy to play around all the things. Devious.
And the thing with Nova is like Nova plus Grasp would have been really strong if really strong would have been alright. If McLaren done it the other way, but now it's kind of awkward. Doesn't get face damage in.
I'm trying to think.
So I think I actually do like this positioning.
What spell?
Next time we've got Flash Meta Harvester. If we need it.
I was wondering what spell is on the stack for the Alsu and the Steel. But now it's Lure.
Now it's Loremaster. Yeah. Not Loremaster, Lure. Yep.
Oh, pretty precarious. They only have 9. A lot of Magmars can finish the job here.
If only McLaren was playing Vindicator. Is this just a second Harvester?
Possibly. Also, as a reminder to the audience, so when recording this series, the web browser client was acting up. I think at this point, player 2's hand is pretty much messed up forever. I don't know why that happened, but that happened in the replay. Yeah, you can see I tried to fix it there. Yeah. Anyway, second Harvester keeps you safe from at least the assassins. Wow, hitting too.
I mean, you've got to kill them, right?
That's true.
You've got to have a go.
That's true. They kind of have to hit. They don't have the out of hand otherwise.
It was a very pretty sort of light show of all the harvesters hitting everything. And this is looking kind of dicey for Sun. I mean, we don't know what's in their hand anymore, but it's scary stuff. Again, scary, not necessarily actually relevant, because
they're gonna need to.
They can't play around it really. They can't. If they can't heal up, they can't heal up, but they're still not dead. Oh, Void Pulse, Lawmaster.
Oh, they're coming back to life.
Yeah, turn the tables on the game. Now the other one's a pretty significant health lead. Oh wow.
Ooh. Are they gonna hit? It would be really smart for them to hit, considering what we know.
I think they should, but
if
I wouldn't be surprised.
You go to 11, and if they're running bounded blood tier will kill you. So.
That's true, and it's Rook and Rollers, so they might be on it. You know, like you've got to expect the unexpected against these guys. And I would be actually kind of worried, right? Because this has been a very standard Magma deck so far. And against Rook and Rollers, I am expecting spice. So the fact that I haven't seen any yet is intimidating.
If I was in Sun's position, and just because I know I would have been scared of it, I would have like walked to left and had the Alcuin blocking them from me because I would be fearing the crap out of that card.
And now the Harvesters are going to ritually destroy the entire board except this Archon.
Poor bowing, sir.
But there's another. Good game.
Yeah, very cool match. Quite the standoff in the mid game. And Sun creeping back from death 2 times in a row now, managing to take the game away. Very strong survivability in Abyssian sometimes. Alright, moving on, we have the mirror. Not a direct mirror, but it will be Abyssian coming in. I don't know what the name of that face is. It's like the robot face, right? Or something. That's the name of the deck.
I don't know. It's certainly a deck. Primus Shieldmaster.
Yeah.
I understand, but a lot of people have been very not necessarily very vocal, but at least slightly vocal about the change made to Primus Shieldmaster from Duelyst 1 to Duelyst 2. Preferring the 3/6 version, but here we're seeing it in a Swarm deck with Wraithling Fury, a top tier meme card.
Yeah, there's like full Solus support. Solus can definitely get carried away. We've seen Wraithling Fury once before. I don't think it had a very significant impact, but will be cool to see that change in this game. I have high expectations, and Probable Blob coming in again as the Abyssian pilot. We have Sun as player 1 versus Improb as player 2. Not sure what side is preferred in this mirror match. I definitely don't know because it's Swarm Abyss, which we don't see as often, versus the standard creep.
I think traditionally the way the creep mirror works, and I'm not an expert on this, so correct me if I'm wrong, either you or chat. But my understanding of it is that player 1 normally has a play on turn 1 that uses all their mana. They just play a 2-drop, and that's pretty strong. And player 2 can often struggle with that on turn 1. They'll just often play a 2-drop back.
Yeah.
And so the early game is like very favored towards the player 1, but getting to 7 mana, you hit 7 mana first as player 2, obviously. And that's a really big deal. So it's sort of, in the creep mirrors at least, becomes a race about like using your agency in the early game so that you don't start falling behind because all your 7 mana players are just answering their 7 mana players rather than doing anything proactive. But against Deathwatch stuff like Swarm, I have no idea which one you'd rather be doing. This is not a great start from Blob.
We've seen a lot of really funny Abyssian matches so far in Team Wars. They can get really silly in the early game. But yeah, you have at least an opener. You know, it's not completely terrible. Well, something's developing for Abyssian standards. Probably not bad. Let's hear.
Yeah,
okay.
That's true.
There's the Ghost Links though. Double Ghost Links in
I
the
love
full
Ghost
hand
Links. I think
on turn 1 would be funny.
it's really strong in Abyssian. Because it's a turn 1 play that's pretty good.
Oh man, this healing
and that's something that Abyssian desperately needs.
Yeah, I've become quite fond of the links, and I've always liked the sprite. It's nice to see it being utilized more.
It's a good point. I really like the skin they made for it. The sort of lightning themed one.
Oh yeah, that one's really good looking.
Best 200 shards I ever spent. That's not true, but up there.
There's a lot of quality skins out there.
Yes, for sure. Skins may be hitting it out of the park, I think.
I'm hoping that Duck Obelisk is paving the way for more fun stuff like that, because why
Absolutely,
not?
it better. Like, community reaction to Duck Obelisk has been so popular. Not so popular, so great. Everybody loves Duck Obelisk. Oh, they're gonna draw 4 cards at the end of this turn. They're staying away from the Iraqi. I really like this play.
It's like lagging a bit as the cards are being drawn. Zeraki's starting to
The
get
Dancing Blade comes
some
down.
points down. Yeah, not bad. Dancing Blade
Yeah.
clear.
That is a scary Iraqi. It's a good thing with this isn't a Vanar deck. Or like a Songhai deck that could threaten to actually move the Iraqi. That's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of Iraqi and like the slower creep decks. I think it's fine here, but it's not very mobile. You can't actually get it into position very easily, and so it's quite easy for people to just sort of run away and buy time. I don't know what that oops was for.
Yeah, I'm also not sure what the oops was for. I'll try not to linger on it because I'm really not sure. The turns seem to be fairly sufficient in my eyes. D-Blades could have been 1 tile closer.
Okay, that seems reasonable. Reasonable oops. Oh, and of course you were there, right, Zohan?
Thank you for enlightening
Giving us the inside scoop. Yeah, I had oops commentary for the set we played against Villas of Lovers that you cast yesterday, but I wasn't there. I was at a card tournament at the time, so did not get to give it, which is fine. I'll survive.
Hope the tournament went well. Your set was requested by a decoy himself to cast.
Yeah, no. I enjoyed Vic. I enjoyed watching the VOD as I went to sleep.
Listening
Maze's soothing tones.
tired Maze criticize and do his predictions is funny for me.
So,
And Probable Blob on the previous turn, whatever they chose to develop, which they went Blood Moon Priestess, which is fine, they really needed to stick to shift what's happening here. And Sun...
And it has.
Yeah, Sun did not have a way of dealing with it.
That's pretty scary.
Can you... You have 6 mana.
It's hard to get the first kill. This is an awkward turn from Blob. You'd expect to do much better after sticking a Blood Moon Priestess, but because she's been sort of on the back foot this entire game before then, and she still is now, it's much less threatening, much less powerful than it could have otherwise been.
This is going to be a little RNG dependent, but I think it would be worth... I was going to say move the Blood Moon Priestess up 1. Yeah, you're going to take 5 and Assassin first, but you would get 3 spawns. And if one of them can block the enemy general, that'll be more worthwhile than doing this, which is going to kill 2 of your Wraithlings. She could have 3 at the moment. I think with the Night Tower position, yeah, could have covered for that.
Ah, well. Still, the Blood Moon Priestess is boxed in. Hard to access.
I think she's dead.
Oh.
Because this Flame Blood is gonna buff Rocky.
Flame Blood, yeah.
I didn't do the math, but Sun's going fast here. Damn, her card's highlighted. Wow, yeah. Well, damn.
That is a big Iraqi.
All right.
Wow.
Sun crushing it there. I think that's the first time Flame Blood's been revealed too. It's been floating in their hand in a lot of the games, but now they got to use it.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So, surprise Flame Blood, put it in work. Good job.
All right.
So we're heading into there's only one faction left, right, for Rook and Rollers?
That's right. We're gonna have to hope for a reverse sweep coming from Vanar. If Sieben can sweep, I believe in the reverse sweep, but we'll have to see. We have Wild Walls Vanar featuring Song Weaver. You play a lot of
Oh my
Vanar,
god.
Smarty. What honest thoughts on this deck? What do you think?
This deck seems like something that would come to me in a dream, and it would like make sense in the dream and be really good. But then, when you wake up and you're sort of like the dream is still a bit real, and you're like, oh my god, I have a great idea. You write it down, and then once you finish breakfast, you look at it again, and you're like, what the hell? What was I thinking? This doesn't make any sense. That's my approach to this deck. It's I, I can see a couple of things going on, right? Like there's the synergy between Bear and Walls, obviously, and then the Wall spells are all spells for Songweaver, and then you can sneak in Winterblade and Snowpiercer, and then at that point you might as well play Spirit of the Wild, and at that point your deck's finished being built. You've just put all the cards you can fit in, so you don't have any room for anything else. That's sort of my understanding for this deck. A cascade of niche synergies in deck form.
Yeah, I've messed with Songweaver in the past. It's a card that's designed in a way where you really, really want to abuse its effect, but you just can't quite do it more often than not. Like
Yeah,
you,
I
you
mean,
want like
as a card
cheap
game player,
spells
if
here
the
and
card
whatnot.
says draw 3 cards on it, I'm gonna do anything I can. I would kill somebody if it let me draw 3 cards. So I understand the appeal. I've tried it in Songhai. It's been bad, and I've tried it in
It's been
Lionar,
bad.
and it's been worse. So
Yeah.
we'll see. I would be amazed if this reverse swept, but I'm hoping for it. Honestly, I'm very much rooting for this list. At least get one in. Don't get 6-0'd by an Abyssian. We've got to have more games.
I will also be rooting for success, or at the very least, I want to see the ability proc. I
Oh
want to
yeah,
see what
actually,
kind of
that's a good
effect we
point.
get out of it.
The thing is, Songweaver is like not that understated. It's it's
It's
1 point
really
less than
not.
a Hailstone Golem.
It's a reasonable 4-drop. Duelist is just an environment where it's hard to get value off of minions that need to stick around for a turn.
Yeah, and in Mystic, because they don't have any 0-cost artifacts or 0-cost spells, it does actually need to stick most of the time. Like in Lionar, you can, on 4 mana, play Songweaver, Sunstone Braces, Beam Shock for the trifecta to draw 3 cards. The only issue with that is, obviously, you are playing Sunstone Braces and Beam Shock, but we don't need to get into that. Opening. Komodo Charger. Sorry, Komodo Scavenger. Pretty good. Threaten to equip into a Snowpiercer next turn and have 11 power on board.
Yeah, happy to see the Komodo Scavenger. I think they almost passed turn 1 there for a minute.
That would have been bad. I don't think this is the sort of deck that can ever come back from falling behind. So
Sun must be thoroughly confused as to what kind of animal they're dealing with already.
Yes, absolutely. I think at this point I would assume they're on like Spirit of the Wild, Snowpiercer stuff, which is correct. I wouldn't be expecting Songweaver, but that's life. If they play Primus Fist, this is actually a pretty good turn. Oh no, they're putting it safely. Still reasonable. That's a lot of damage you have to.
I think putting it safely there was a good call on Sun's part.
Absolutely.
Alright, do we keep this guy back or do we block the potential ramp?
I think the issue with moving it forward is that it enables Grasp to help clear your Snowpiercer.
Very true.
And I mean, I don't know. I don't think the Rook and Rollers are aware that Sun is only playing 1 Grasp. because they'd be playing it a fair bit, and
Yeah,
the Rook and Rollers have been playing around it a fair bit. So, well, except for the times when they really aren't, and it just completely blows them out. Also, actually, an important note, they went first, which is really good because they are a deck with Glacial Elemental and Snow Chaser. So going first is quite important for the Rook and Rollers.
Yes, going first when you're running some infiltrate strats is slightly stronger than going second, or at the very least you need to go a little bit out of your way to make going second worthwhile. I think the extending walls really helps with that, but that's not popular to do at the moment. Although this is a walls deck, right? Wild Walls was the name. Actually, I didn't do a wall count. Do we have glacial spines? No, we only have the...
I don't know if we have blazing spines, just the other two.
Just the other two.
Which is good, because blazing spines is really, really not good.
I think
in
it's
my
okay.
Humble opinion.
Putting 6 stats on board isn't awful. And you have mobility cards in Hearth Sisters. It's not like it's an unusable thing, in my opinion. I don't hate on it as much.
Yeah, but like
as
Half Sister's so good, you could just play good cards alongside Half Sister, and it'd still be good. It's like this whole thing is like, don't play bad cards to make your don't play bad cards that make your good cards better. It's like, Half Sister's doing great by herself. We don't need to tie her down with some blazing spines.
Yes, I do follow the logic.
We are having an argument about cards that aren't in the deck, so we should probably get back onto the game. Getting sidetracked here.
The Poncho Mongo,
this is a tough turn. This is a Tempo Glacial.
I hope not, for their sake. Sun cashing in on the Warlock to get rid of the artifact rather efficiently. You could get a value trade here if you decide to Hearth Sister. You could tempo elemental.
You can do both, right?
Yeah.
You can tempo elemental and Hearth Sister, and we don't have a way to clear it on board. I think that seems pretty good. Oh, but if they trade the Half Sister, interesting. If with this play now, Grasp lets them kill the Glacial Elemental.
This Grasp is nice.
It's not like, in terms of...
Yeah, it's not like...
The Grasp, it's not incredible. It kills one thing. It's just that thing is very important to kill, so... No.
Glacial might be nerfed, but it can definitely still get carried away just like it used to. Sun... Also can only develop a Rockies here. Are they gonna empty their hand out? It looks like they might.
I assume so?
This can backfire.
Well, this way they can stop, because I'm pretty sure you're confident they're on Spirit of Wild now. They're playing like infiltrate stuff with Glacial Elemental, and they're playing Snowpiercer. So you really want to put work into making sure that they can't Spirit of the Wild, because that can present a lot of damage.
Yeah, I follow that logic.
So this is rough, though. Spirit of the Wild does mean you can clear both Iraqis, but you aren't happy about it. You might just not do it. Play a Gravity Well or something instead.
This general can't spirit themselves currently.
Yeah, but you would reactivate the Komodo Scavenger, and the Half Sister. So the Half Sister moves into one.
Well, Scavenger is dead at the moment.
You move the Half Sister, you play the Scavenger.
Oh, right. Play the Scavenger. Play it from hand. I was looking at the Scavenger in hand. I'm like, oh, it died.
Running out a Glacial, a Gravity Well or something, could also be fine. They've got 2 cards. They probably don't both have Opening Gambit. No
fear for this potential second graph, so very brave. I would have been a little unnerved on playing Gravity Well like this, at least.
I think they just can't afford not to. Like they can't afford to play around it at this point.
This could be a
It's
Gambit situation like that, yeah.
it's kind of tough. Just gotta go for some like Spirit of the Wild aspect of the Fox lethals, because like there is a lot of damage. Assuming somehow, nothing happens to this board other than three of the Gravity Wells dying. Ah, no, because they can leave a Gravity Well that doesn't hit infiltrate. So like you're looking at a lot of damage out of hand with these aspects. So kind of scary. But this is a great clear. Solves most of the problems. And the Void Pulse comes out, keeping Sun nice and healthy and empty-handed.
Yeah, Sun handled that very well with just the Dancing Blades on offer. It was exactly what they needed.
Yeah, helped clear and presented a 4/6, which is a real problem for Poncho because Poncho is at 10.
Only 6 mana to work with. We can't do anything too fancy with like I don't know, Fox, Heart Sister, Spirit of the Wild. You're very far off from finishing things here. You can clear the 2 Iraqis though, and develop a Fenrir now.
You can also use Spirit of the Wild buff to reactivate your general and run away. I don't think that's good. I think you will lose the game always if you do that. But hey, I'm using the buff.
That's a consideration to have on hand for sure. Alright, so we have displacing the Dancing Blade. I think that means we're gonna back off, maybe? Or just stay central. Oh? Wait, I don't like that. I thought they were gonna...
here makes sense.
Well, but the Iraqi's right there, right? I thought they would back up and
But you can't
the,
actually run away from the Iraqi. You can never get out of its range, and this way you're staying in range for Spirit of the Wild if you draw like an artifact.
Right, I get that. I just mean, I thought they would have foxed their Gravity Well and cleared the Iraqi.
Oh, yeah.
Because they could die pretty easily here.
That's a good point. Like currently, it's 5 damage on the Iraqi, so they go to 3. It's not looking great.
No, their hand's a little stuffed with spells that don't help.
Right, where's the Songweaver?
Yeah, we didn't even see the Songweaver this time around.
Nope.
Alright, let's see. Fenrir can get rid of the Shroud. You can retreat 2, set up a bunch of Frost Bone Shell barriers. Maybe survive one more turn?
Yeah. It's not looking good.
We could punch an Iraqi and accept their fate.
I think that might be the correct play.
They actually took out the Shroud going down to 1. Some Bone Chills. Alright, playing the hand.
Showing off their cool Snow Chaser skin, courtesy of Kelvin.
Yeah, I do like the dark gray looking skins, dark blue or black.
And yeah, that's the set.
Alright guys, we've seen not 1, not
Another
2,
sweep.
but 3, yeah. 3 sweeps for week 6. I was pretty astounded when that was reported in all the match results that happened. And that's all I have for right now. There's one more set to cast, so one more for week 6. I'll be casting on Sunday with Grinch, the final set. And
Oh, I look forward to that one.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. Could be another sweep.
Maybe. Can we one day, what, 9? The last week, we'll just get all sweeps. It'll be the least hype thing of all time. That's
Huh,
my prediction.
at
You know
least,
how Mazer was predicting games on turn 2? I'm predicting the team was week 9 in week 7. 7? Whatever
yeah,
week this
yeah,
is.
we're on 7. Yeah, yeah. 3 weeks left to
I'm
go.
so looking forward to being right.
I would be astounded to see 5 sweeps, especially. That just seems
It's my team against the
that'd be tough.
Disciples, right, in week 9. So that's going to be exciting.
I'm looking forward to the games that are about to be happening over the weekend, so I'm eagerly awaiting results as matches get played. Alright, with that though, that brings this cast to a close. Smarty, thank you very much for joining me here. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And I'll see everybody later for whenever the next cast is. Take care.
Bye.